Hello, crazy cat lady. I'm on a little bit early. I couldn't wait any longer. I've been looking through some designs and figuring out what I want to add into this piece. And as much as finding out what I want to add to this piece, hello, Jeannie. I'm finding out that of all the stamps that I pulled out thinking about this scenario here, figuring I'd have so much space in here, I'm finding that I don't really have room for a lot of things. Hello, Kay. So we'll just have to. I don't. It's kind of a good thing, though, in a way, because I'm already kind of. I not really composing, but I'm already thinking about the next map. I wanted to do a graveyard. There's no room for the graveyard in here, but I did do, a couple other things that I wasn't thinking about, but just kind of decided to on the spur of the moment based on what was already laid out previously. So, hello, CM Hawkins. Good to see you. So, anyways, I'll show you kind of what I've kind of come up with here. Okay, so this was the one that I wanted to use in here, but I just didn't. I had to go find the stamp. So this will be kind of leading the eye this way, and we'll put some trees or something over this way. I'm gonna just use kind of this portion of it right here, so it doesn't lead so far in the distance, and it just gets you to about right here. Then it's gonna circle it back down, around back down that way. In theory, so everything's in theory until we do it in application, especially. There are some things that if you've done it enough or, a couple times or whatever, theory and application, it's, somewhat the same if you know what it's going to come out like. But on this one, though, I really don't know. So, a lot of uncertainty in terms of, even from a compositional standpoint, which for me is, very different to not know or have some kind of a better idea of how something's going to come together, how things are going to flow together, maybe more specifically, and then tie together as well. Okay, so a little bit of that image right in there, kind of leading out in the distance right there. I didn't want it to go too far, like right over here, because it would have taken us too. And I saw it like a dead end. I want things to kind of circle around that way a little bit more. So kind of about, it's probably about 2/3 of the image like that. Okay. Now that could be like a body of water or something like that leading off into the distance. Or, I don't know what it could be. Could be, I don't know, a lava flow, or something like that, which is perfectly acceptable here. I mean, this little monster, it's a kind of a, or not kind of, it's more of this fictional nightmarish scenario here. So, all right, so I found my little couple, and I'm going to have them here leading into the piece. Okay. So I'm going to put them here. This is a little bit different for me too. Stamping out little things like figures and things like that. Early on into the composition, I'm stamping those things those things are usually the things that go last. But I don't know. I have to see things in context here because of the lack of or the absence of. I don't know what you would call it. Refer to it as contextual depth. This thing, if this thing's higher up, then it represents something much larger. So we have a gigantic ant there, but then we're throwing that convention out again by having like a thing like that. That would be like in relation to this or the, you know what I mean? That would represent something that's, I don't know. It'd be like 20 feet high or something like that. But we're not doing that. We're just playing around. We're taking our complete. I don't know about complete liberties, but a lot of liberties with contextual depth, based on the arrangement of the pieces. So, hello, Bugs. Hello, Dawn. Good to see you. Oh, you're probably looking at this, Don, and saying, what, or anyone that's logged on and saying, what the heck is that? So if you've just logged on to this piece and missed video number 1, it's supposed to be like like if you go to amusement park or something like that, and the map they give you in terms of like the different areas. So I wanted to create some different, I don't know, whatever, regions or areas of like like a theme park, that idea type of thing, except, it's not really a theme park. It's I don't know. It's like I don't know, a pathway of horrors, a la whatever, Halloween, spirit of Halloween. So anyway, yeah, just having some fun here with that. Okay, so look at this right here. I thought I would do this little figure here, but I don't want these little surrounding little things here. Whoever this design is from, oh my God, this is from Bizzaro. I didn't know I had a Bizzaro stamp. I don't know, I bought it somewhere. It might have been used, I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, you know what? I don't even have a dye-base black pad to color in here, that little figure. So I just want the figure. So see, I want that figure to be in the background here. So it's like this kind of repetition of form like that with the other monster. But this one will be kind of back in the shadows or something like that. So, all right, so I'm going to do this one in dye-based ink, just so that I can kind of completely wipe off that surrounding area there. Everything else that I've been stamping, I've been doing it in the StazOn black, but I'm going to have to fiddle around with this one too much to do it in StazOn, because StazOn would be completely dry before I started stamping it out there. Yeah. Okay, oh my God. Now see, I just wiped that off. I just wiped off the head. I guess we can do that. It would be like a headless person carrying that, the other figure here, so. Oh my gosh. See, I'm wiping off way too much. I never have to do this in, well, I do wipe off my stamps, but I don't have to wipe them off so particular, It drives me nuts when I see some stamps from, I don't know, I wouldn't say it drives me nuts, but it would have been much more functional or universal stamp without all this, like this, this frame on it. I don't know why they put that, that frame on it. So maybe it was like clip art or something like that. Actually, maybe it was, now that I look at it. Okay, so here's the thing. As I stamp this out, I'm probably going to realize that I didn't take off enough, and there's going to be some residual ink on that, some of these forms like that. So I'm just going to have to live with it. Okay, let's see how this company did in terms of their registration of the registration of their imagery within it. It should be pretty good, because it's not a huge stamp. Actually, they indexed it a little bit slightly right. Yeah, I might have stamped it a little. No, that's okay. All right, so be it. Yeah, this is a little bit skewed right here. So anyways, if anyone knows Bizzaro, that's one of their stamps right there. That was a company that was probably around when I got into the industry in '87. I think they were still around at that time, because I think I remember ads in Rubber Stamp Madness for Bizzaro stamps. So this is one of those things, it's, I don't know, I think a lot of you are like, you've been stamping for a long time, but this is like a hand-indexed piece right here, and this is one of those things that you used to have to run into when you're doing hand indexing on wooden mounts like that. Some of the wooden mounts would have like a lot of grain in it, so they didn't get a really good impression on there. But I don't know. It's one of those things that would have drove me nuts a little bit when I was manufacturing and hand indexing Stampscapes stamps mounts, is when you get something like that, Now this one, they're using a different shape of hourglass like this, but if they went with a universal hourglass that's the same on both sides and finished on both sides, if they didn't get that indexing correctly on that side, And, unless you're sanding it off or something like that, then they could have flipped this over and just indexed on this side. And if they got it right, that image right there would completely cover that up, so it wouldn't be any big deal. But I don't know. They went with that shape, so you couldn't do that. And then, so you see, when they didn't get that indexing right, they're like, that's good enough with us, because it was so hard to get the really good indexing on their imprint. Anyways, not that you wanted to know all that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is pretty fun, Don. It's fun, when you do something like this, and it's like, okay, we can break all the rules, or a lot of them, you know what I mean? And then on this one right here, I'm using stamps that don't use a lot of. I don't remember the last time I used those hands. I don't remember when I used that Bizzaro one before, or if I have even, but, I don't know. It's good to use. It's fun to play around with that type of stuff. Hello, Linda. I noticed after I logged off, I wasn't watching the chat window. I had to kind of run off there, but I noticed you had logged on. So hello, Linda. Your notifications are probably turned off on your browser or system if you're not receiving them. From YouTube. I don't know. Well, you're here now, so unless you just happen to see I was on right there. But hello, Jen. What is not sure about this scene though, and everyone not sure about this scene though. Kevin, you sure you'll make a masterpiece out of it? What aren't you sure about, Linda? If there's anything that we know about doing scenes, are we really sure about anything? That's the whole point of it. If you're sure about it, then you're not taking any chances, right? But I get it. We like to know, you know what I mean? We like to be confident, though, that we're going to get something. But yeah, if you do something, and if hey, I like to do easy scenes too, you know what I mean? But we need to be taking chances all the time and living under kind of this kind of notion of I don't know, kind of a precarious type of thing. And if it's precarious in the development of it, then you're stepping outside of your comfort zone. So I don't know, that's an entire really point of it. So if you're not running into obstacles, you're probably staying within your safety zone, which is good too, because you want to refine those things. But occasionally, yeah, we need to bust out of it. And is this one busting out of it? This one's like blowing it wide open for me. So yeah. But one thing you can be sure of is if you can have fun or not. I don't know. It sounds like a lot of people, though, in this, when they're doing things, they're not process oriented. They're destination based, which you can be. You can be both of, but it's important to just remember that, to think about the process too a lot of times and not just the destination, because that's really the point of kind of exploration and growth. What is it? Not all change is growth, but what is it? No, there is no, not all change is growth, but there is no growth without change. Yeah, that's right. And that's what it should be, with crafting, I think, at some point in time, there's, things people can copy things too and just have fun doing that too, but, I don't know, you really need to bust out of that. Okay, so this is the pathway right here, and these are some rocks. We need to make a kind of a visual pathway and opportunity for someone to make it through this area right here. So that's just using different portions of this rock. I used, I don't know, a little portion of it, and I used a real narrow piece of it, like right up here for that farthest destination. I mean, you can do a bigger one too, or something like that, but just from a visual pathway, making it a little bit smaller as it goes along like that. You can switch rocks too or something like that, but I think what I was mentioning earlier where we can change up with a lot of this different types of imagery and use different types of imagery. It's just, this piece gets so large that I think it's important for a little bit more visual continuity to do a lot of repetition of form. Otherwise, it just might get too kind of hectic of a composition. So we'll try to create as many different visual kind of links between all of these zones like that as we can. And it could be just something that you do with lighting too. It doesn't have to be done with imagery, but the more things you have, kind of the more potential success you'll have with, like I said, I don't know, visual harmony. It's like, if the designer's using some color, and designing a house, like a model house, or something like that. They're throwing in that same type of color scheme throughout the different rooms and stuff like that. It could be on pillows or something like that. So it's the same thing that you're doing on this. You can do it with color, you can do it with texture, you can do it with imagery. There's a lot of things you can do, those types of things with. It could be the acrylic white paint pen or something like that used throughout. So, okay, so anyways, from this afternoon, I've changed up on some kind of notions. We were talking about like a little monster in the water, but I was saying, I think having this down here already creates this kind of monster for this scenario right here. I don't know, we could have something small, but I thought that shipwreck was too big. But someone mentioned if we had bigger tentacles down here, it would be cool for those hands. And I thought, oh, that's a great idea. I think I'm gonna just use that. So I think it's plenty big enough. I mean, this could be like just some kind of person's hands in quicksand, but it's a little bit more macabre having these tentacles coming out of here like that. So I'm going to take advantage of that idea. I don't know if whoever's in here, if that you were the one that suggested it, or who suggested that. There were some ideas coming out here that from that first thing that were really great. So we switched up on a couple things. I don't know. There wasn't a lot of switching up because there wasn't a lot of kind of things planned anyway. So, but if you just logged on too, one of the things when I just logged on, I was mentioning that the surprising thing for me with this scene here was I pulled out so many different designs that I kind of anticipated using in this 10 by 16 piece that I just don't have space for. Maybe it's because I repeated so many different images, but I planned on using a lot of like bony types of trees, skeletal trees and stuff like that. I was thinking about an area with a lot of skeletal things, but there's just not space. So I'm already thinking about the next one of these that I want to do. I don't know. I should do, maybe this is like, it'd be like the largest triptych in the world, to do like 3 of these pieces. It's like a sequential, I don't know if it's a sequential piece, but just, a thematic piece. All right, so this guy's like down here amongst the tentacles like that. Going up that made it a little bit busy, but we're going to add a little tone down here. We're going to come up into this way right here. So here's my dilemma right here from a visual sense. I need things kind of moving around this way, okay? And I was thinking about making things like, having these tropical trees down in here like this, okay? May or may not be good, I'm not sure. Maybe a larger palm frond right here, kind of bending in this way to kind of get the viewer's eye going this way. Remember, a lot of this is going to be done with tone, textures, colors, and stuff like that too. But the more that we can, more of a head start that we can establish, then the less of that type of work we'll have to consider when we're doing those types of things. So if you can get it in, if you can give yourself kind of a nice head start with whatever types of statements you want to do early on, try to get it done at that point in time. But if you don't get it all done, this is one of the things I'm always mentioning, just do it in one of those other steps that you're going to be working on. Okay, so There we go, like that. Okay. I might go like that again. Yeah. Yeah. I need something in front of this mountain right here. It's too kind of a straight of a line like that, and we need to break that up a little bit. Yeah, let's go with that one right there. And let me see if I can find my larger palm frond. I still don't know how I'm going to color this exactly. I did it in StazOn because I didn't want to get any type of smearing, but I don't know if I would have any smearing happening with this piece because a lot of this composition, you know, even if I stamp this in dye-based inks early on, I don't think it would have smeared because it would have had so long to get established, you know, before I started getting to the color. There's more like composition on this than I've done in ages, so yeah. Hello, Paula. Good to see you. Beth, welcome, welcome. Froggy Fresh. Hey, Froggy Fresh. I found a train in my list of or my grouping of stamps right here. Kevin knows how to think out of the box. If anyone thinks outside of the box, Janie, it's you in terms of stamp usage. So that's even more so with you than just about anyone using the Stampscapes line. If I have a hard time kind of figuring out, usually I can tell by the textures it's one of my stamps, but I really have to break your pieces down a lot of times. Kay's the one that said the tentacles. The cabin. I thought about the cabin, and the only cabin I would have to have a really small one in here. So I was thinking about that, but I'm not sure. Jen, Halloween is your favorite holiday. I love that. Yeah. So Kay, if anyone doesn't like those tentacles, that was Kay's idea, and if people like those tentacles, I think I might have thought about it too. I'm joking, folks. I love that tentacle idea. I don't know. People are composing, you know, as I'm working on this. It's a really good thing. Let's see. Next time, maybe parts of your skeleton in between stones. I was thinking about that too, and I was thinking about like having, you know, these skeletons like coming out of the ground a little bit, or just parts of them passing through this area like that. Okay, so, you know, we can have little, you know, kind of ghoulish, you know, or little bits of them, like, you know, like something like that. It would be like, you know, like this, you know, coming out of the ground. You just kind of mask off the paper and have it coming in like so, you know, and you do it again like this. Actually, that looks like he's kind of laying down too, you know. But again, it's what we'll read in there is going to be possibly too busy. Actually, that, you know, it's not too bad. The thing is about this one though, I think I would have to use more of these skeletal kind of things in here, but then I have to kind of leave space for, you know, the viewer to get there, you know. So kind of in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, they made it past this. We want them to have a little bit of breathing space before they get to the next monster. I don't want it just to be, well, like I said, could, you know, like Not Scary Farm, where it's like every step of the way something's jumping out at you. But I don't know. I think I might want some, like, you know, a couple like quiet passages, you know, a little bit, and then to contain kind of the next ghoulish area or thematic area within those spaces. I'm struggling with that, so I'm trying to think of, you know, kind of visual cues to, you know, carry throughout this piece for continuity, but then keeping things, you know, kind of separate also, you know, from a thematic standpoint. The dilemma. Okay, so I just used my larger palm frond on that foil piece. Oh, good, I didn't have to look too long. So I'm gonna have this coming in like this right here. Okay. That's going to be a really big, that might be too big. So I pulled out, yeah, I pulled out these two right here. These are a little bit smaller. Maybe I'll go with that. God, see, here's the weird thing for me. I really like to push depth. And I pulled out a lot of these larger things to go in, like foregrounds and stuff like that. But I think from a contextual standpoint, it doesn't make sense for this one. So I don't know. It's like everything's kind of like the same or of a similar, I don't know, kind of a depth change standpoint. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. I need to do like a few of these. I want to see you use the train. Oh, I'll use the train on a future video. Yeah. It'll be a Halloween piece called the, I don't know, whatever, the train from train to, I don't know, whatever. The ghoul train. Cabin in the sky. Maybe have an arm bone in one place and a sky. Oh, that one's a pretty good one, Chris. Just have a trail of those little pieces. It could be like a, like something where someone finds, a little piece as they go along. If it was a game thing, then you'd have that as like maybe the little list of instructions. That's a good one there. Yeah. So what do? You just color in like one little leg or something like that. Of course, all of you would know where all the pieces are. Maybe when I start breaking it up, I'll tell you guys just to log off as I lay them out, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes. I'll say, okay, where are they all? Terror Train. There you go. Okay, so anyway. Okay, so these kind of bendy things like this are just going to be a little bit of foreground here for this little zone. But it's also they're bending in this way to create this kind of visual pathway for people to kind of, these are like little fingers, pointing, go that way. We need little signs, or if this was like that game though, that says which way to go. So I'm still thinking about that too, doing little signs throughout this piece, kind of, little labels for each zone. We'll see if that happens or not. It's another one of those things I haven't done before, when have I put like, I put quote stamps and word stamps, when I'm like labeled like, land, whatever lands. First of all, I don't think it's because I've never done like two different lands in one scene, much less, what is it, one, two, I don't know. Is this the same land right here? I guess it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's going to be 6 lands in here. Is Linda on here? Linda, for tomorrow, we'll see that 5-foot piece of yours with 20 different lands, okay? That's the challenge there for you for tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Hey, that looks pretty cool like that. I'm not going to put that there, but... See, I really wanted to use this little guy too. I don't think, he's not going to go anywhere. Oh, spooky skies. Maybe I'll do one where it's just all skies, but each sky, here's the challenge, it has to look a little bit different. So maybe there's a sun, nebula, whatever clouds, autocumulus cloud space and all that stuff. And you have like, this realm up there of, skies or something like that, bats and stuff like that. See, I really wanted to use my snails too in here, but, it's getting too busy. So, we don't want to, I don't want to like find Wally, that type of thing, that type of busyness. Okay. I'm blabbering on right here. I talk more. Here's the thing about me on my videos. I'm blabbing on a lot. when I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to kind of speak out loud and try to figure it out. So, let's see. Froggy Fresh, I have a new neighbor that moved in today. He's very nice. That's good. What will your game pieces be? I don't know, Chris. I don't know if it's a game piece or if this is like an amusement park map or something like that, you know. Um, um, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a name for this place. What would the name for this place be overall? I don't know. Maybe you'll get kind of a more kind of a inspirational kind of a notion once I start getting things toned and colored in. Then they'll take on a different type of spirit to them. I was thinking it'd be cool get something like this, you know, stamped out, and if I had like a tabloid size printer, I would get like this printed out, and then whoever wanted a copy of it, then you all do your own versions of coloring it, and then I don't know, we post it somewhere, post on Flickr or something like that, and see what people came up with. Okay, so let's see here. Let's get a little bit of textures going in here. It's weird doing the secondary impressions with the, like I said, with the StazOn, because the StazOn just dries so fast. So if I blot it off once and go on there, it's like, you know, a lot of times it's like completely dry. Okay, so now this isn't the rock that I was mentioning that I'm going to use for kind of my visual kind of needle and thread. It's going to be pebbles, but I don't want to just do the one size of rock. It might be too kind of monotonous in terms of scale, so we're going for larger ones. And I have to be careful. See, I don't want to stamp this rock like black right here because I want there to be this kind of illuminated visual path running through here. So I haven't really decided where I'm going to be putting some of those tones yet. So I want to be a little bit careful about not stamping this too dark right now. Okay. All right, so let's get to that. Let's get to these pebbles right here, and let's add some more of these in, like so. There's a little bit of space up here for something, for I don't know, for death. Talking about, like skeleton pieces. Oh my God. Out in, what is that? They're finding, with all these droughts and stuff like that, those reservoirs are dropping down in the water line, and what is that lake? Was that in Arizona, or is it California? I don't know. I can't even remember, but it's like another set of bones showing up, and like one of them was in a barrel. I mean, this is like old news, like from a month ago or something like that. But I don't know, when I look at those little pebbles like that, and recency makes me think of these bones showing up. Okay, so I'm using this little Pebble Texture stamp like that, but I'm using it in repetition, so it's just giving me kind of a textural tone like that. So a little bit of shading there like that. And again, it's not supposed to be something that's formally lit from one area. It's supposed to be a map, but we do want to, kind of ground these images somewhat in, you know, tone and things like that too a little bit. So otherwise they'll just look like they're just kind of floating. But doing this in the StazOn, it's like a couple taps and I feel like it's just about dry on there. It's like I ink that up and it's like dry instantly. Which might serve me well if I go over it with the dye-based inks and it doesn't smear, you know. Or I don't know if it would have otherwise. You know, because I think we'll get to some of the toning, you know, here pretty soon. Let's see. Oops. Mouse is turned around here. Let's see. Yeah, I mentioned this before with Linda. Linda, it cracks me up because I'll be on at like post midnight, sometimes at 2, and it's like on Facebook, and it's like, oh yeah, Linda's up. I don't know what the latest I've been up. I don't know. I'm finding that a lot of you guys are up sometimes. You know, I might be up at, I don't know, 2 for me, and it's like 4 for, you know, you, and you know, people are popping on the live. I'm pretty used to stamping at any time during the day. You know, for a while. Maybe it's when I started doing this YouTube channel, but most of my stamping at one point in time used to be at night. So that when I did start doing some daytime stamping, it was really weird. Okay, so see that right there? It's kind of like creating a little bit of this passage, and it's the same tones that are used here. Let's bring it over this way. I'm a kinesthetic person, Jeannie, so textures are really important with me. I've wondered if you are too. I think I've asked you that before, looking at your like super highly textural compositions. So either this is drying really fast or my StazOn pad now, from being open for too long, is like completely dry. I did re-ink it though right before I started doing this piece. I figured this is a 10 by 16 piece. I'm going to need a lot of black ink, I think. And I mean, we're not supposed to be keeping this like wide open like this while we're doing this, right? That's what you guys told me. Someone mentioned maybe Kevin should keep his lid on when he's not using it there. It's like, oh. Okay, you see this? I'm adding this tone over this way. It's like, turn this way. All right, I think that will do. That's it for that that Pebble stamp for now. That's the most I've ever used that Pebble stamp, I think, in this one scene. I've used that now. I don't know how many impressions I did in there, but that was more than I've used it in my entire life. And that design's probably, I don't know, it's like 20 years old or something like that. Yeah, let's see. There's some stamps by Stampa Barbara that's excellent for... I don't remember too many scenery stamps from Stampa Barbara, but they were one of the first people to do... what's the word I'm looking for? you know, a system of stamps that you can use together. Modular. Modular? That's, I can't think of the word. Yeah, Froggy Fresh is up at very late hours. After about 10:30, couldn't do two. Oh, are you a morning person, Chris? You used to go. When were you doing all those like field drawings and paintings, you know, and things like that? This could be a map for D&D, Froggy Fresh. I don't know if it'd be for D&D, but it'd definitely be for like gaming or something like that. Okay, so that is there. I think let's address this section up here. Okay, I'm going to put a full moon somewhere up here. And that'll be my, you know, kind of general kind of lighting scheme type of thing. And I was thinking about this before I came on live here. I thought that I would do at least my cloud stamps, the cloud cumulus. I think I'm going to use dye-based inks. I like the dyes more than doing it in the StazOn, where I kind of, you know, I ink up my cloud and then I wipe the perimeter and then stamp it. It's just, that StazOn is just drying so fast. And I just get a smoother transition using the dye-based inks. The StazOn, I could do it, you know, in a pinch, but, you know, just if I want something to dry really fast, you know, which I kind of do here, but I also want a really smooth transition. Okay, let me see if I have enough ink on this one for this. Okay, let's re-ink this. I don't want to get to this point in the scene, and you know, to miss stamp something over this way. Okay. Okay, Eerie Moon, appropriate, right? Okay, let's see, the moon's right there. Go over here. I'll kind of go like this because it's winding around a little bit like that. Okay. Oh yeah, the running kids are going up there too. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do the running kids after I do these clouds here. Okay, so. Okay, let's go like this. I'm gonna do this like this. It's gonna go like this, okay? So with the cloud cumulus, if you haven't seen this cloud cumulus used before, the billows are being illuminated from a certain direction. So if they were to go over here, you'd stamp the moon this way if you want those clouds to reflect, you know, be reflective of catching that light. But I'm going to also have it going down here, so I think I'm just going to go upwards like this, maybe a little bit. And maybe I'll tweak it. I don't know. I'll try to do this, because this is kind of two light sources here, which almost never happens when I stamp, you know, like that. So I think I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to do it like that. So it's like illumination and illumination from this way. And over here, see, if it's going above a source of light, and I'm going to make that eyeball the source of light in here, then you stamp it this way, okay? So if you're using an unmounted piece of this cloud, something that someone showed me that they did when I was in a private lesson, it was they just, on the other side of this cloud, they just drew an arrow pointed, you know, up like that, so that they always just kind of face that, you know what I mean? They can, you know, they know which way to face it anytime they had any type of light source. So, okay, so, okay, now this cloud here, I'm just going to stamp it in black, okay? Halloween scenes, I want a lot of contrast in my clouds, you know, so I'm going to do it black like that, okay? If you want it to be a high noon scene or something like that, nice light and airy, a lot of pastels or something like that, you know, stamp it in a, you know, light blue or something like that, and it'll look like a very soft, you know, just billowy, friendly light or cloud. And, you know, it's not going to look kind of ominous or something like that because it won't have the contrast in there. So you can always just change kind of the emotional tone of something by the colors that you use to stamp it in. And, you know, you just change it, you know, seasonal. Okay. Okay, so this is what I'm doing too. I'm wiping off the perimeter like this. Okay, so I'm wiping this whole area like that. Now that is like that for a reason though, but I'm not using it for that purpose in this scene, so I'm wiping it off. So if you want your images to blend in really gracefully, the areas where they're going to blend in with their perimeter, you know, sibling images or, you know, whatever, you just wipe off that side. So, okay, like that. All right, so you see how that's coming together like that? You have that kind of area of clouds like that. I'll go like this right underneath there. Okay, so this is going to be my transition zone. I'm going to stamp this like here, so it's going to transition up here and see down into this area. So I'm really going to wipe off this bottom portion too, okay? But I'm going to stamp it out in black. Black is potentially the darkest color of all. So I'll probably want to wipe off a pretty good portion of it. I'm going like an inch into here and really wiping off that bottom portion. And I'll wipe off the top portion. About like this. Sometimes I don't take off enough, especially if I've just re-inked my black ink and there's more ink on there than I anticipated. But see how this kind of just transitions off like this. You don't have a harsh line at the base of this, okay? All right, so anyway, let's go like this again. I want to do a sky of tears now, you know, with those different sky textures, and just do it on one big, maybe 8.5 by 11. I don't know if I want to go 10 by 16 on that one. I don't know, we could. I guess, again, if it was in theme with this one, maybe go, I don't know, go the same size, huh? I guess why not? All right, something like that. I'll bring in a little of this cloud. I think, oh, I can't even show you this. It's a big, like over here too. So we'll take care of this whole top band and a little bit of that cloud texture, I think. And that'll create a little bit of continuity going, you know, over that entire top portion of the composition. All right, so see that little change in directional lighting direction in there. And again, stamped upside down like that. And just blending it in like so. Right, and let's go with another little bit out here. Which way do I want to do that? I can go like this, and let's do it like this. I was thinking about not re-inking, but why not? I mean, this is a really large piece here. Um, I don't think I needed to re-ink, but why not just re-ink, you know what I mean? Just to be safe. Because if I stamped it like this before, then it might be like missing a lot of ink right there. And if I stamp it like that, then it might be dark up here and light down the middle with this line, you know, from the previous impression. So, I don't know, we've stamped so much here on this piece. Might as well just re-ink. Take the extra like 2 seconds to do that. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. Here we go. I'm getting a little bit of a better feel for it now, I guess. Well, I guess we'd have to. If I'm not getting a better feel for it kind of all stamped out, then we're in trouble a little bit. But I still want my little, you know, kind of, I don't know, little binder images, stuff like this. So I'm going to use this in a couple different areas. Maybe that's a little bit too big. Something like this for a little bit of, like, I don't know, like I'm looking at that now, I'm thinking maybe that's too big. But let's see, running kids, where'd the running kids go? I lost the running kids. What happened to them? I moved. Does anyone see the running kids? I'm losing stamps here left and right. And it's usually when it's upside down. I was looking all over for that octopus before I came on here, and it was upside down in my stamp box. I lost the running kids. Okay, let me clear out some area here. Let's see. Donna draws eyeballs all the time. That is so awesome. Cindy, stones, huh? I get that reference. On a lot of my stamps, especially experience dictate a solution. Oh, excellent, Linda. That's cool. All right, this is driving me nuts. Where's the running kids? I just had it. Didn't I have it in this part too when I was showing you where that was going to go? Maybe did it fall on the floor? Okay, wait. I mean, that can be the last thing that we stamp in here. Huh. Kingdom map in the Fantasy Quest book. Interesting. Let's see. The clouds are looking like hair around the eye now. If it was hair, it'd be like a perm, I think. Like curly hair. Yeah, I know. What kind of dad am I that lose their kids in this scenario or like that? You know what I mean? I'm a bad dad, especially in such a dangerous land. But hey, you know, you gotta let them expand and, you know, spread their wings, I guess. Oh, here they are right here. See, it was like turned around, like it was standing vertical like that. I don't recognize stamps like that. They have to be like laying down flat up like that, not like this. It was like that, off on the edge. Okay, so they're going to be like this. So like I was saying, one of the things I was mentioning earlier today, that looks like to me, it could be interpreted a couple different ways. You know, it's like they've made it through this and they're running like, you know, scared for their lives, or like, yeah, you know, we conquered, we came, we saw, we conquered right here, you know, and they're like rejoicing, you know. I choose to, I don't know, I choose to see it both ways. Now, was that a good cop out like that? On some days it's one thing, on another day it's another. Okay, let's see, let's get them. If I put them against this darker cloud, we won't see them quite as well, so I'll go right here. a little bit lower so that the silhouette of the arms raised like that is very apparent. One of these days, someone has to do this and just stamp, this one character like that with like the eyeball right above it like that or something like that. It would look like they're conjuring something. Maybe that's for the for my all sky piece or something like that. All right. So I'm thinking about like those little parts of bones or something like that. That was pretty cool. That was a cool idea. Someone mentioned faces or something like that within the rocks. That'd be kind of interesting too. In these areas like in here too, once they get dark, I'm going to put those little Scooby-Doo style of eyeballs in the darkness. So we'll think about things like that. In the land of Grandos, areas are called Octopus Ocean, Stinky Swamp. Look at that, Octopus. We'll change this around. This is the Stinky Ocean and the Octopus Swamp down here. Those are some good ideas for something. We don't want to copy them, but yeah. Stampotique has some creepy stamps. I do like creepy stamps. I haven't heard of Stampotique before. Pull your camera back so we can look for you. Oh, this is all the way out. I was thinking about that because a lot of times I was thinking you guys are being able to see easier than I can here. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to use too much color on this one, Dawn, but yeah, we do want some richness in values, though, that's for sure. But in general, I want it kind of, I don't know, we could do it in color. I was saying earlier, it would be interesting to, copy this off and send it off to people, but I don't have like a tabloid size. I'd have to go to like what do they call it, the FedEx store now, like Kinko's Copies or something like that, and print out some 11 by 17s, and then you can do like some different color versions of it. After all that composing, there was a lot of composing in here. Okay, so, all right, let me go with, okay, let me add in some of those extra tones here. I just re-inked that. Stays on. I do want a head start in terms of my shading, especially, and when we do our shading, we're going to be coloring as well, but I do want some of these extra textures here, just kind of starting me off here. So this one's the Tiny Rock stamp. It's solid. It's more solid than the pebbles, so the pebbles are more open, and this one will give me a little bit more of a solid application here. This might not take as much, I don't know, until I get to it, but I think as far as the coloring goes, I think it might take less than what I thought something like this would after I'm looking at it now. I was thinking, if I do this, my God, it's going to be like a 4-part live stream or something like that. But now that I'm looking at it, I think a lot of it is going to come together relatively fast. It's already kind of semi-grayscale in a lot of these areas. So, I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling it's going to take a while, though, for me with things like the white pigment ink, because I'm going to go like nuts with that. Yeah. The eye is in the Temple of Fear. A Godzilla. There used to be Godzilla stamps out there. Probably Viva Las Vegas has a Godzilla. They wouldn't call it Godzilla, though, because it's probably copyright. I don't know, it would just be called like Monster or something. I don't know, it would probably be under their animals category. I have a really tough time kind of finding things on their site. Like I was looking all over for the monster, the creature at the Black Lagoon, their version of it, and someone, a lot of people were asking me about it, and I don't know, I was scrolling through like 20 pages looking for that one. Someone had put a link to it. It said, I think it was like said sold out, but that doesn't make sense with them because they manufacture it. So all I need to do is just print out more because they had they vulcanized right there in the store. So I don't know about like why is it sold out? It didn't make sense to me. But then when I looked on their website, I just couldn't find it. And they don't have like a monsters category. I think it was under like people or something like that. Or it used to be, I should say. I need an arrow stamp, but an arrow that looks like it's been kind of drawn, like with a stick in the sand, though, for this thing. Or are you gonna have like wooden signs, that say like, you know, I think there's wooden arrow stamps, or there used to be, and like you can put like a sign there, and then you can write on that sign whatever you want. Does anyone have a stamp like that? I wouldn't be surprised if some of you do. Okay, let's see. All right, getting there. I don't have any piranhas, but that would be a cool one. I saw the preview for this Netflix series, Wednesday, as in Wednesday Addams, where she pours 2 bags of piranhas into these kids that were bullying her brother, apparently. And it cracked me up. So I really wanted to put this deer in here and then to do those 2 eyes, like glowing little eyes in here, but I just don't, I didn't leave a spot in here for it, I don't want to put it like this, it'd be like, we're kind of throwing contextual scale out the door, but I still don't want a deer like, right up next to that, towering over these palm trees or something like that. But, well, let's see. Now, see, the skeleton is going to be too close to my little ant like that. And then I don't want to, that skeleton's going to be, it might be, it might be a cool scenario here. Is just my next piece, instead of going through like so many different whatever ecosystems or something like that, I just have one, like, it's like a cemetery. I don't know, it wouldn't be a maze. It's, a little cemetery map or something like that, or a pathway or something like that. So, okay, let me see here. Let me do a little bit of shading down here in this water area. The caterpillar's head. I thought about stuff coming out of the grounds too, like that, Kay. I think that was a good idea. There was something else, yeah, like the skeletons, I thought. But then I thought, man, this is getting really, this is a really busy composition right here. As is. Let's see how it goes here. Let's see if there's kind of room for any other additional imagery like that. And if there is, then we'll definitely add it in. Why not, But I definitely want to be able to see things, though, too, in the piece. But yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing there. Stuff coming out of the ground or something like that, if there wasn't room for the whole thing. Okay, so adding a little bit of this water texture in here, I want to kind of create this illumination through this way. All right. Let's see. Let's make that pathway a little bit kind of a water type of element right in here, with a little bit of that water texture right up in there, like about like so. The thing I'm looking at right here in terms of a potential problem is I'm adding in all this texture here, and I'm worried that I'm going to be closing off my visual pathway through here. But, you know, it just means that I'll just have to go a little bit darker, you know, but I haven't added any tone in there, so I don't know if I'm kind of obscuring the general, you know, pathway, visual pathway. But that's what I'm thinking right now. That's going on in my head. It's like, okay, be careful not to do this, you know. We want to make it look passable, you know, for you know for the viewer, you know, as they go through here, you know. This way is already kind of broken off. There's not like a formal thing, but this little area down here will be, and then I'll keep those rocks right there just completely lit, you know, for the viewer to make their way through there. Let's see. Oh, I've watched all those Fargo. Fargo's like 5 seasons. Um, oh yeah, yeah. Bilbo. Yeah, Bilbo's in like season one, right? He was in the first season there. Let's see. There's a lot fewer stamp companies. Yeah, there certainly are. Viva Las Vegas Stamps has an arrow stamp. Okay. You know, I can just draw one too because I don't have it right here, but I can draw something, a little thing, and just I'll make a little, you know, I'll just make photocopies of it or something like that, and we can put it throughout. I can kind of flip flop it like that, you know, if we need to, you know, and maybe we do, I don't know. Or maybe in each little sign, I can put these little wooden signs like they're, you know, kind of skewed and kind of, you know, and we can label these different areas or something like that, the different terror zones. All right, let's get to it, folks. I'm pretty sure there's going to be more imagery stamped in here, but I want to get to some of the coloring at this point in time. Shading first. If I had a re-inker of antique linen, I would use that. I'm thinking about putting an order in with Imagine Crafts, and I you know, I bought a bunch of stuff before, but I wasn't anticipating using antique linen so much, so I need to get a large enough order in to get that free shipping. You know, why not, right? I mean, I have other types of inks too. I don't have to wait for that antique linen. That just happens to be the one. But, you know, I have Peach Bellini here, you know, which is a Adirondack, or this one's even seashells, pre-Adirondack light, which is basically the same thing. I don't know, maybe I'll use it here or something. I don't know. But I'm trying to avoid using too many discontinued out of production items. Again, you know, I can't do it with my imagery here because you know, those are the ones that I have, and I'm not going to go out and buy a bunch of, you know, brand new images. Well, you know, where am I going to get that? You know, I don't know who's someone that's going to have a little monster like that or something like that, or, you know, Bizzaro creature. You know what I mean? There's far less of the there's less funky images these days too, as they used to be back in the day. So you gotta get them in like eBay and Etsy these days, you know, to find those kind of discontinued things. But let's see here. Man-eating plants would be cool. See, I want to do it. Like, I want to do another, yeah, like a garden scene or something like that with, you know, more of my bugs. I thought, okay, I'm going to use a lot of my bugs here. It's like I didn't use any of my. Was that the London fog or was that the summer sky that I just used? I think that was London fog. London fog sure looks blue to me though, blue-ish. I don't know why. Okay, but anyways, see this right here? You kind of make this whole thing into like a big, huge, kind of like paintbrush for yourself if you apply enough of that re-inker fluid on there. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's test out these are dye-based inks. Everything else is stamped in the StazOn black. So let's see how the freshly stamped dyes do. I'll make my way around here first, okay? So I'm not really thinking about just I am thinking about the imagery a little bit, but I'm thinking more in terms of areas now, right? Okay. So as I'm doing this, I'm not thinking, okay, portion of rock. I'm just thinking about general lighting, okay, and the illumination of this pathway in here. So areas around this little area, like here's a real narrow strip. But this little pathway is supposed to come around here, and people are supposed to go this way, okay? So it's like when you think about it that way, then you're thinking, okay, we need to darken the areas that are defining that lit area. It's like, follow the yellow brick roads or something like that on in this scenario here. And I don't want to make this look like it's high noon or something like that. I want to, it's Halloween. I want it to be, kind of more dreary and darker looking. So, but this very light tone will kind of establish that, that lighting scheme here for me. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do here. See these two rocks? This one's supposed to be near, this one's supposed to be far. So I'm going to leave this one a little bit illuminated right here so that it will contrast against that rock that's in back of it. If I color it in all uniformly, it kind of closes in that gap because there's no change in values in between them. So if you watch any videos or something like that, I'm always talking about checkerboarding. So it's going from dark, light, dark, light again like that, or something like that. Or, this one up here could be darker too. But if you want that separation in terms of visual space, then vary your application of your tones, okay? This is just the first color too. We'll be toning and shading. I'll be using some colored pencils and things like that too, so don't worry about it if you missed it and you colored in too much with your first very light tone, because you'll be adjusting accordingly the darker you go, and things aren't firmly established. You establish things pretty good with your first colors like this, or it could be establishing them pretty good, but it doesn't have to be, because you can always go darker than the lightest color that you can possibly use, which is the one that you want to start with, okay? Usually, unless you're taking my Stampscapes class and we're starting off with just black in my second class. But I just do that as an exercise, though. It's usually starting with these lighter tones like this. All right. Okay, let's see. All right, I've just re-inked this. I don't want to come in here. I'm going to go down here a little bit, kind of more on the bottom, because this is sopping wet with ink, and I usually want my perimeters darker. So when I, ink this up, I start on the areas that are going to be the darkest, because this is giving me the thickest, amount of ink transfer when you get to it. You can use a little bit of a lighter touch, but I do have this really, pretty loaded up with ink right now. Okay. I mean, you can blot it off too a little bit, but. Okay. Being a little bit careful in here. I might have toned in a little bit too much right there, but I have the white pigment ink that I can use in there. Okay. Two light sources here, something I'm not used to working around. It's going from light, dark, and then light again like that. Is Janet still on? I did these series of cave scenes, and Janet really wanted that little guy. Put him in there, kind of like a, they represent kind of like a golem type of creature, kind of in the in whatever that cave system. And I think, was that the time it was found? There was like a set of the Gorey stamps found on something, eBay, I don't know, whatever, or something that was like really expensive, I thought. How someone would know that, those things are not available anymore, I have no idea. I guess some people are like professional eBayers, though. I guess they look and if, search around, and if there's no sets, then, you know, anywhere, and then maybe they just price accordingly. Doesn't seem like they would know about demand, though, because it's not like you can look up past, what past purchases have been made for that set. Yeah, because there's it's not like those sets are selling all the time or something like that, or getting listed. All right, everyone kind of see the general type of kind of lighting scheme that's starting to develop a little bit. And again, it's not really strong right now because it's very, this is like a really light tone right here. So it's like, I want things to stand out. That's the thing in here. But I want the, the pathway to stand out, like more so. So it's like, how do you do that, How do you have... So I'm just trying to find that balance right here. Or that's what I'll be looking for as I work on this a little bit more and more. Especially when I move into the darker tones. See, it'd be easy if I was doing this on a little 4x6 card or something like that. I would just, I'd have this kind of area of that, those forms or those little visual kind of subject matter areas really kind of, showcased, but I want them, kind of subservient to, or, secondary to this general kind of map within here. So, I want those waves to be nice and light, but I don't want it to look like, oh, we get here and then we go up this way or something like that. People's visual pathway. Paula loves scary movies. Awesome. Awesome. Did I ask this before? But what? Okay, so what? Like Paula's loves scary movies. Do you have like a top 5 or anything like that? My son got into I don't know. He probably at like he's 16 now, but I would say when he turned 14 or something like that, it was almost like any other genre of movie, the Marvel movies, Marvel, stuff like that, super, what I mean? I mean, we would go watch those types of things still, but I don't know, I guess maybe over the pandemic, it's like, it was just like into like horror or almost nothing else. So it was like we would just watching, like as a family, nothing but horror for the most part, if we're watching things together. And we usually throw something on like at dinner time. So I don't know. It got to be where we'd be watching so much of that. I wouldn't even remember if I watched something like, I don't know, like the week before. I've just always, I just, we've been watching so many of them, I just kind of forget it immediately. But maybe there's some hidden gems out there that we can, you have some tips for. Or anyone. Could be anyone. Anyone have a good tip on some horror movies? We've watched all, I don't know, a lot of classic. He didn't like watching too many like super classic ones like because the effects aren't as good. Like he would, we're talking about like Food of the Gods. That would be way too tame for him these days, but like The Exorcist and stuff like that. The Omen, you know what I mean? Those old 70s ones. I don't think he's going to be into them. Just because of the effects. All right, so going across here, let's see. Do we see kind of a general path here? This area down below here might need to get a little bit darker. Now remember, this is just the first color here. I'm getting a little bit of a glare here. Let me see if I... okay, there we go. Let me get some of that glare off of it. This is about, yeah. I've just compensated. If I don't remember, someone tell me to compensate when I get into the darker tones. So do something less scary, Linda. Oh, I think I may have to try this. Not yet, just for the toning and lighting experience. I don't have the creepy stamps, but could come up with something. You know what I was going to do? You can also make stuff creepy, like, like running kids. They can be running, away from something. I was going to put this one right here. This is a diver like this, right? And I was looking to see if I could put it. It would be like this body line on top of that rock like that. But I just didn't have space for it anywhere, so I don't know. I'm not going to put it right there. It could be like some body kind of floating along in the water or something like that. Dolls. Yeah, we're watching, some stuff like that. We're watching, we're cool with like comedy horror too. We watched this one on Netflix yesterday. This new one, I can't remember the name of it. Oh, Day Shift. I don't know, kind of corny. But I don't know. It was all right. Um, let's see. Oh, well, when did Dolls come out? Yeah, Paula. Yeah, so see, I found that interesting, Paula, because I was mentioning when I was in my 30s, I started, kind of doing a lot of hiking and stuff, and it kind of became like a social club with my hiking friends too, where we, sometimes we go out to see, movies and stuff like that, and or there'd be like a movie night or something like that midweek, and it was like I suddenly realized the horror movie um, uh, crowd or whatever. I don't know. There were just a lot of people that just in that group, in that small group of mine, that would just not watch any horror. I would say it was more than half. It was like, oh, okay, no horror. Um, it just, I think they said they couldn't sleep or something like that if they watched a horror movie. All right, so anyways, this London fog hasn't been too bad. Look how bluish it looks, though. I don't know why. Unless accidentally used the summer sky, though, at first. But I don't know. I always saw London fog as being pretty kind of neutral, a neutral gray, not a cool gray. It certainly doesn't look very temperature um, specific, when I look at that like that. So I don't know. Maybe it could be that re-inker too. Maybe that is, you know, I thought I've used that re-inker before, or some re-inkers where it looked like it had a little bit of temperature to it, where it wasn't the tone that I thought it would be. So I don't know. Okay, so I'm going directly out of the pad. It seems like out of the pad it's getting me a little bit darker though for some reason. So I don't know. Let's use it. This lighting, I mean, I haven't finished here, you know, and so I need to, you know, see how this comes together when I get down to the more of the kind of the fine tuning aspects of this. But I don't know. I'm not running into, I don't know, many or any kind of confusing areas as far as coloring goes. You know, it's pretty straightforward in terms of the lighting, at least. Now, when I get it, start kind of moving into some specific colors or something like that, then maybe, you know, when I start, if I kind of introduce hue into this mix right now it's just all kind of a value kind of exercise. But you know, I don't know. As big as it is, and as you know, with it having so many zones, I'm not really running into anything that looks, you know, needs kind of like repair work on it. Um, you know, adjusting. I don't have to adjust too much in here from you know, a quarter page card, I think. I think it was just the compositional transitions were the thing that were, you know, really the things that I were in question. Just because, again, it's because I haven't done this before like this. So right in here, just kind of adding a lot of shading at the base of these trees right here. So a lot of times what I do too, from a strategic standpoint, as far as, you know, where to start to, on something like this, if you just know that there's going to be some areas that are a lot darker than other areas, then just go to those darkest areas first and just start applying whatever color that you happen to be utilizing at that point in time first, okay? Because you just know that whole area is going to be really toned in. And then based on how dark it gets there, you can kind of gauge the rest of your applications based on the darkest of areas. So, you know, if some area is going to be the darkest in there, but it's much lighter than a lighter area, then you can just, you know, I don't know, you're creating something that you can reference, you know, in a way. Now, one of the things that's going to be a little bit more difficult on this one, I like getting a kind of a base coat down with my lighter tones so that when I get into the darker tones, they're easier to spread out because the paper is a little bit moist. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to depend on that this time because, you know, I mean, I haven't added much to this area up here in like several minutes, so I think it's going to be pretty dry by the time I get over to it. So I'm just going to have to use a little bit more touch and technique. But that's also why I did it on the satin, you know, so I can utilize a lot of the colored pencils, you know, to make up for my coloring, blending work, I guess. Not coloring work, but the blending work. Jeepers Creepers. We watched that one. We were talking about Jeepers Creepers, I don't know, like 2 or something like that recently. Krampus. We watched that one too. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see that, Linda. Yeah, yeah. It's the semi gloss on this one. But again, it's just for that It's just for, I did that specifically for the ability to utilize the colored pencils on this, just because I thought I would need that on this piece. I thought I would need my colored pencil work, or just the ability to use them. All right, let's go to a darker gray here. Okay, this is the Marvy gray. Them, yeah, them was in. Them was always one of those. It was one of those black and white piece things. For us, that was always showing on this one channel 5, if it ever showed, you know. But them, yeah, the gigantic ants, right? All right, so it's a little bit darker. I don't know if you can tell right in there. I kind of put this gray on these two slopes right here, leaving this one a little bit lighter. I mean, it's not very apparent right now, too, because I also have that ink on this same applicator that I'm using here. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm with you on the Jeepers Creeps. I think the Jeepers Creepers might have even had 3 things or something like that. I think in most movie things, I'm always like, I've always found I'm, not every case, but it's usually the first one that I like better with most things. Okay, so going into these shadow areas like this, I'm doing a little bit of streaking like that now too. The Haunting. Um, the Haunting was that's one of my, I think that was one of my sister's favorites. The Haunting is where they do the research, right? It's a group of researchers going to the house, Chris. Um, and I think there was another one in the 60s, unless it was 50s, The Legend of Hell House. The Hell House and The Haunting I always get those two mixed up. All right, let's see. I mean, this is just supposed to be, most of the Halloween pieces that I do are, they're kind of more of a, they're like a playful type of, scenario. All the Headless Horseman or something like that. I've done that a couple times. Little pumpkin in his head, thinking about the Disney show, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, where he's going over that covered bridge. And I think in that one, I think that Headless Horseman throws the jack-o'-lantern at him, I thought, or something like that. Or did they show him coming down with the sword or something like that? And it's like, that's the end of the episode or something like that. And, that's the legend or something. But when things are doing, they're all kind of, they're pretty playful types of, Halloween interpretations. But I don't know if I've done like a scene where I really want it to look, really quite creepy, Um, it'd be an interesting thing to try though. Um, you know, I'm talking about based on kind of the tones and stuff like that, not just using a creepy image and stamping it out or something like that. And it's like, oh my God, that, the whole scene is creepy as a result of that. I'm talking about like the tonal type of quality of it. Um, I don't know what that would entail, just making things like a lot darker or something like that or something. Um, you'd have to show enough too, to make it creepy. So, you kind of, everything can't just like obscured, it's just like, some kind of like a dark card, with just barely, some silhouette showing or something like that. Or I don't know, maybe it could. But it'd be an interesting challenge for people to do something like that. Um, oh, I loved American Werewolf in London. Oh my God, we got spammed again. Yay. My YouTube channel's big enough to get spammed. I don't know, someone please block that if you can. Like I said, I can't do that. I'm not on a browser right now. I'm on this thing called I don't know, it's just called Ecamm. Yeah, American Wolf on London. That came out the same year as The Howling. I just watched. I think. No, I saw The Howling was available on one of those streaming channels like yesterday or something like that. I haven't seen that, but um, those two came out. I think they might have even been out there at the same time. But we saw both of those um, at that time. But I always loved American Werewolf in London. That was kind of a comedy. That was, that was as American Werewolf. There were some heavy moments in there in terms of the graphics and stuff like that. But that's one of those that's kind of like a horror comedy in many ways. Just, particularly gruesome one. You know, with all those people coming back to talk to him that he's killed as a, when he was in his werewolf mode. Friday the 13th, yeah. Friday the 13th, the big kind of franchise like that. Friday the 13th, Halloween, those types of slasher ones like that. Well, I don't see that. Yeah, that I don't know what you call that. Those spam things like that. I don't see any more of that coming out. So I think it may be enough if you block it on there. Maybe it blocks it out for the entire thing, or maybe they're just not bothering. Again, it's like they spam, and I don't know. Is it a bot that's doing that? I would have to think so. It's not someone going on individually, right? Chris, I'm with you. The original Shining for me was one of the scariest things for me. And I watched that like, I think I was like in high school with that one. So I wasn't like when did it come out? Like 70 something, I think. That one, that one really scared me. That one was truly creepy and just like disturbing it's like an emotional disturbing sense, as opposed to like slasher and stuff like that. I've watched like tons of Kubrick analysis videos on The Shining in like 2001 and stuff like that, but there's a ton of um, analysis YouTube videos on The Shining. But that one really creeps me out. Not anymore, but and that one I can watch probably still, even after having watched it a lot in the past. Some things I used to watch quite a bit, and then it's like I reached like super saturation with it or something like that, and I just haven't watched it in a while. But that one I think I could probably pop in and enjoy, like, whenever. Because you look at, different things and stuff like that. Oh, your husband hates the howling, huh? I haven't seen that in a while, so I don't know. Oh, Stephen King fan too, huh? Yeah. I found the original Carrie really creepy. Was that Brian De Palma on that one? But that Sissy Spacek Carrie, gosh. Whew. I found that one really creepy. And then they redid it. I don't know. I think I started watching a little bit of it, and I don't know. I I don't remember too much of it. But I just didn't go back to it. It wasn't because I was turned off or something like that. But I was thinking, that the actress just didn't. They seemed a little anemic in comparison to Sissy Spacek. I don't know. Is The Dead Zone considered a horror movie? I mean, it's not really that scary. It's more of like almost like a thriller or something like that. But I like that one from Stephen King a lot. Oh, you're kidding me. You pick apples at his orchard in the fall. Huh. That's interesting. Huh. He's got an apple orchard there, huh? In Maine? Wait, Katie, I watched The Shining and had to turn off the lights and get. That's awesome. That means yeah, that means you're getting your money's worth out of that viewing right there. Yeah, The Omen. Yeah, The Omen. I found that to be scary. Back in the day, especially. I just asked my wife if we've watched that before, and I can't remember what she said if we did or not. Um, but yeah, even the intro for The Omen kind of freaked me out. There was this one gal that jumps out of the window. She's just something like, "I'm doing it for you, Damien," or I don't know, something like that. And I watched that way back in the day when that thing came out, and I was pretty young at the time, and that freaked me out a little bit. Or if you watched Alien, I like that tagline: "In space, no one can hear you scream." Is that what they call it? Tagline or whatever? That underneath the title. All right. So, anyways, we're just kind of blabbing about here, just killing some time. But there's a lot of toning that needs to be done, in this piece right here. So we're getting a little bit kind of, off the track here in here. So I have that pathway in here. So I need to shut this down a little bit here. See, this is my normal lighting in something like this, but I need to tone that in here on this particular one, because it's kind of distracting me. I don't see a real definitive pathway up here, okay? And this is like, it's like if you're going along on, like, if you're hiking out in the nature, something like this would be like one of those false kind of little paths right here. So I'm going to tone this out a little bit, because it's not, I don't want to get, it's not supposed to be a deceptive math. Yeah, it's, taking people into the wrong direction here or something like that. But I just want to keep people like on track here, going up here. And see, there might be a little bit of fog up there. I don't want to just tone that whole thing in and make it monochromatic or something like that. I think it'd look a little bit boring, but, maybe we can put something up here. We're talking about something coming out of the ground. Oh, there was that caterpillar, and, someone mentioned that, like coming out of the ground there could be like a tremors type of thing, to just kind of block this off from going that way so that, it would go down more of this pathway in here. Remember, I was thinking about using some additional imagery in here too, like some reeds or something like that. So that is still to come, okay? When doing some of this, when defining some of this area in here. This whole area's got a little bit of a problem right here too. Let's tone that in. I'm going to create a little bit of shadow underneath this figure. Like that. I think The Exorcist, yeah. The Exorcist, I think was I think that was the consensus scariest movie. I'm trying to think of that. AFI, the American Film Institute. I was thinking I was wondering if that one was the number one for horror movies. I don't know, I saw like a horror list somewhere. And if that one wasn't the top, I don't know, it's been a while since I watched that, but I seem to remember wondering if that was going to be the one. And I thought it was. Or it could have been horror movies after a certain date or like a span of it, you know. Like horror movies after like 1960 or something like that, you know, where they weren't throwing in, Dracula, Frankenstein, and stuff like that in there. But I don't remember now. Okay, so let's see here. I'm trying to assess this in terms of a kind of a visual path here, but I'm also wondering about those additional images too to throw in there in terms of horror, types of images. It seems like we have that little guy in here. I don't know what that represents. If it's supposed to be a vampire or something like that. That Bizzaro stamp. I'm not sure. Kind of curving that down a little bit like that. I'm just putting a little bit of tone up in this sky right here in case I want to do some like light beams or something like that. Another thing that I really thought I was going to be doing in here was, a bolt of lightning. A lightning would have been really fantastic in a scene like this, but so the lightning, if I put lightning, it could have been in place of the eyeball right there. I didn't want these characters to be running off like they're finally making it out of the out of the woods or whatever, and going up like into a storm like that or something like that. I wanted that to be kind of the escape area like that, kind of, for the somewhat. I mean, it could have been lightning up there, it's not like, oh my God, that suddenly, it ruined the piece or something like that, but just in terms of a, kind of sequential narrative like that. Oh, let's see. I love Alien too. A lot of people love Aliens, but I'm still a much bigger fan of Alien. Okay. Color? I'm almost liking it in grayscale. Anytime I start doing these really big pieces like this, sometimes I find that grayscale is, when I start doing the colors, sometimes I've wondered if the grayscale might have been a little bit more effective. I haven't done like a big, huge 11 by 17, like sunset scene before though either. But on this one right here, it might be a little bit more appropriate to keep it grayscale too. But just to bring in a little bit of tone here and there, maybe. We were talking about lava or, like a blood red sea or something like that. I could add on a little bit of tone to it. Or we can play around with it too, with the colored pencils, where you can just add a little hint of some things. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to add a little bit of a greenish tone tinge in here, with the creature of the Black Lagoon, something like that. But okay, so that is it with the gray. Let me go in with the black here, okay? Chris, you had to leave the theater at Alien. just because of the the nature of the film it was too scary or whatnot, or too or what. All the Hammer House of Horror stuff when they were out. Hammer House of Horror. I'll have to look that one up. The eyeball it provided kind of a visual anchor point of the entire scene because it's almost midway in here, you know, which creates this kind of pyramidal type of thing going on in here. I wasn't, yeah, I think it was okay because it was fairly, it stands out in this a lot. But the larger one, I thought it was just overpowering. I could have subdued it a little bit with tone or something like that too, but it was just, I don't know. I think I got the other one because of, the power of that eyeball. I love it. It's from Gumbo Graphics. I talked with someone that was a designer for Gumbo Graphics, and they were talking about at Gumbo Graphics the amount of it was eyes and hands, I think it was, that they had in the line. There's like, I have another hand that's this like I don't know, it's like a Wolfman hand or something like that. And see, that's another one that I didn't have a chance to utilize in this scene. I don't know if I have it here or if I pulled it out. But God, there's just so many images that I just didn't use in here that I really want to. Or maybe not on this piece, but in a scenario like this. So that's why I'm thinking maybe this, I might have to do it like a second or third piece. I was wondering. I didn't use a lot of I wanted like a area of like skeletal trees, I mean, I think I'm going to add some into this one, because you need we need some dead trees in this type of situation like that, or like this. So, yeah. I need to find opportunities for all those images. I pull them all out. It's like, yeah, I get to use this one, for the first time in years. Not that I can't use it whenever, but I don't know. Sometimes, like doing this this whole project like this, I don't know. It just gives you an excuse, an added excuse to use it, to pull out some of those old images out of the collection. All right, so anyways, this is adding in here. Look at that, this is as dark as I can get with this black right now. It's because the paper's staying relatively moist right now. I thought it'd be drying up on me a lot faster than it is, or seems to be right now. So it's blending pretty well, but it's not letting me add anything too dark because of that super saturation of the paper right now. So anyway, let's see. Oh, Wrong Turn. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. John Hurt. That's one of those big moments in cinematic history. So you probably know about the history of that one. I think they didn't. The cast knew that something was going to happen, but I think they purposely never rehearsed it or something like that, and so that it would be a surprise for them. So they wanted to get that shock of the cast members, like a true reaction to it. I really wanted to enjoy all those additional Alien series, Prometheus and all that, but I don't know, they kind of ruined, I don't know, kind of the storyline and stuff for me with these latest Alien movies. I mean, I enjoyed them at the time, but it was like later on, it's like, what? That didn't make sense, you know? All right, so adding a little bit more tone back in those mountains like that. So much for the lava. You know, that's another one of those things. I'll have to do it in a future piece or something like that. Okay, so watch how I kind of checkerboard this one. So there's that additional impression back there, and what I'm doing is I'm darkening the right-hand side, and it's transitioning into light because this one right here goes to dark again so that this ridge stands out a little bit more in the light like that. Getting a little bit of glare, but that's what it looks like right back in there. And I'm leaving that white down there because that'll be those kind of clouds and that billowing kind of fog building up from there. So if you're going to add some of that in, and if you know that, then leave some of the paper white like that. That'll give you a much bigger kind of a head start to that type of application like that, okay? Yeah, the wrong turn. That sounds familiar. I might need to switch out my paper towel. This is like a quarter-page piece of paper towel, and I've used, what, 3 colors with this one so far. This one's really... These things can really last quite a while. All right, now the areas that I'm not going to go into too much with the black are like in between these waves like that. Too awkward an applicator for that. Too non-specific, you know, for that type of work. All right, here's one of those things. When you do want to get darker, though, the thing that's making it easy to blend this in so gracefully is also keeping it from getting any darker. Has anyone ever kind of colored anything that they're doing with a VersaFine Clair, you know, dabbed into it and applied it like that, or have you just used it for impressions? Because the VersaFine Clair will dry on this. It's, you know, incredibly dark, but I'm just kind of wondering about the application of it. I don't know, I can try. Maybe if I do that, though, I do it after I do some of the other things. I don't know. Or would it be too dark? Should we try it? Because, you know, I mean, this is like... That's like a... You know... I mean, it looks dark like that, but this is like black like this, you know. It's just... It's not very dark. This isn't dark, you know. This is... Let me see how... See, look at that. I mean, this isn't even 100%. This is like navy blue, like a super dark one. But look at the darkness like that. It's not very dark at all. I think we might have to go to the Clair. And just to get a little bit dark. Oh my God, come on. You're kidding me. Hey, I got spammed twice. I've made it. As a YouTuber. Yeah, all right. You guys know what to do about that one. Let's see. Chris went under the seat when that alien popped out of that stomach. See, that's what we talk about. Things popping out of things' stomachs on the Stampscapes lives. To make a folding map, huh? Let's see. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I watched that. That I found that really creepy and disturbing. That's one that I don't watch. I don't think I've watched again though. That's not for me. That one's not a repeat watching. Not against it, but like most movies, I don't repeat watch. But in terms of the big time classics, you know. All right. Okay. Oh, that is so much darker right there. I don't know if you can see that like that, but that's the VersaFine Claire, like that. It's like instant impact. Yeah, can you? I don't know if you can tell that, but here, let's see. You can kind of compare that edge to like this up here. I mean, I didn't even put on a full saturation like that, but let's see. I do want to put on a pretty decent corner application of darkness just to contain this scene. Again, you know, to create, you know, the more kind of objects that you have and the busier things get, if you throw on darker corners on everything like that, you can really contain the composition a lot easier without having to do a lot of stuff throughout, which you can do too, but just kind of containing things on the perimeters like that or on the corners. Just kind of holds things in so much easier from a visual standpoint. And of course, you know, doing that little vignette type of thing is a super easy thing to do on I don't know, whatever composition. So even if it's something like High Noon or something like that, where, you know, you don't want to go to black or something like that, you can just go like a little bit dark. Let's say if it's a sky blue or something like that, then just go to like a medium tone blue on your, you know, if it's in the sky, you put it in a little bit of a corner. If it's grassy, green grass is down below, you just go with a little bit of a darker green or something like that. But someone was mentioning that they were having troubles kind of figuring out what to do on like a daytime scene, you know, high noon, grass is, you know, kind of a greenish tinge, sky is sky blue or something like that. And, you know, there's someone that's pretty new to it. So when they were saying they're having troubles with coloring or something like that, and then they sent me the piece. It was like, hey, this piece is like great. You know, their coloring was fine, but I think what they just needed to do that thing in the corners a little bit more. And there was nothing up in the sky, but I was saying just even a little bit of a hint of some tone up top. But then you put on that little bit of a, you know, corner kind of vignetting type of thing. And that would have finished her piece off really nicely. And it was, you know, it's much more subtle than something like this dark. But that's all it would take. It was just the things that it was all colored in really nice, but it wasn't framed with their color convention for the piece. And that's just by going a little bit, you know, one or two values darker on those corners like that. All right. So that is the VersaFine Clair. It works great on the matte paper for toning. I'll bet you can come in just straight with the VersaFine Clair and just tone this whole thing in. I mean, you wouldn't have the grayscale kind of richness and values from using, the grays that we happen to use here, but it would be kind of interesting. And I'm not quite sure what I can apply over the top of this VersaFine. Like if I go over it with dye-based inks or something like that, or alcohol inks, it's probably all going to get all mushy and kind of, blended. But if it does, I'll just stick with the colored pencils a little bit more. In terms of my secondary media that I use on here. Okay, so a little bit of that stronger vignette, giving that horizon line a little bit more body like that. And I just kind of had it peter out right here because it is going into the clouds like that. But let's blend it in a little bit more like that. Okay. I think we do need that signage in here. I think it would be a little bit more interesting, either with those arrows or something like that. You can put like an arrow like here. It's like this is like you can put, if you're on a trail or something like that, it might say like 0.5 miles, and that they mean 0.5 from the the trailhead down here, whatever. But I think it'd be more fun if it was more in the spirit of a game, or something like that. Or some people mentioned, D&D, you can put in, little things like that, or gaming or something like that. You can put little things. I think little signs, though, would be kind of more interesting. I think if you put signs in here mentioning the different areas, that would give a really strong kind of, I don't know, kind of a thematic central kind of anchor to the whole piece by having signs, and it would be like, I don't know, whatever would be out here. I don't know what you'd put out there, your parking lot or something, or exit, when it'd be good to, this was like exit over here, Boy, it really takes a lot of work to, it really takes a lot of application to get it like really, really black like that. But again, you kind of want that though, it means that your colors aren't going to be applied so fast that it makes for a precarious kind of blending experience, like where you just go like that and it's like, oh my God, it's like so dark, I can't blend it in or something like that. So the slower it, and longer the process takes to really get that media applied, from a blending standpoint, you don't want to take, you don't want it to take forever, but it does make things, like I said, less precarious in terms of, an application process. It's not like I'm going to be going like this. I mean, I'm adding on a very light amount of this ink as well, even though it is VersaFine Clair, but it just takes a little bit more repetition to to get what you want. But you can get there through that repetition. The other one I wasn't getting anywhere. It got me to a certain point, but then it's like, okay, just switch media and utilize, the next, whatever the next I don't know, substance was needed to be to get you to where you wanted to go. All right, and then again, that's another reason why I didn't use the glossy. I think the glossy, when you're done with it, though, it probably has more impact in terms of the contrast and things like that. The blacks just get blacker and something like that. You know, the colors are more saturated with a deeper value. But in terms of the coloring process, this one's a little bit more. Oh, I don't know. It's more open. It's more open to whatever you want to use. I.e., you know, some of you use like chalks or pastels. You can do that on this to an extent. I don't know about the pastels, but I've used it a little bit on here. Not on this piece right here, but on the surface, and it applied a little bit. You can't build them up, I don't think, just like with the colored pencils too. But you can get a decent amount of application of you know, those dry media types of tools or whatever. Well, mediums. I was just looking at one of my lamps right here. A bug got into the. I have these. I don't know what you call it, soft boxes or something like that with my lights, you know, and they're behind this material. I just noticed there's a bug behind that got into that fabric somehow, and it's like now trapped in there. And it was, I don't know, maybe that's for the good for me because it was flying around my eyeball earlier, and I thought I'm gonna have to announce, okay, if I have to stop this video, it's because a bug flew in my eye. Okay, so let's see. Let's get down with some of the toning here. Could you do arrows with pens you do the dots with? Yeah, yeah. It would be something like that. I'd probably keep it pretty basic, but I'd probably do a little... I don't know how I would do them. It could be like signage, too. I think I'd want... It would be like a sign like this, you know, like this, and kind of rough, too. Not this big, but smaller. And I would put it on a post like this, okay? And then I would have these a little bit skewed throughout the piece. And, you know, have it like coming out of the water here or something like this. Or, you know, you can make it look like a sign that's fallen here or something. And I don't know, something like that might be kind of interesting. Or you can do stuff where, you know, where you just kind of do it on a computer too, you know, with really good text. And you can print it out. And then, I don't know, but have it kind of, you know, on a little bit more of a tattered type of, you know, thing like that. And I think that might be kind of interesting throughout this piece. But I don't know, it is missing some, it's missing text or something like that from a visual standpoint. I think that would be one of those things that makes, it'd be a super easy solution to, you know, kind of visual harmony and pathway and all that type of thing in there. I don't know. Okay, so I couldn't get these rocks really toned in very well, you know, using, you know, that's not the ideal tool for getting in here, right? So you can just save it up for something like this here. Oh my gosh. That is scary. Froggy Fresh. So adding a little bit of tone at the base of these rocks and leaving it lighter at the top, okay? So just kind of transition it a little bit. That. And then if we're adding kind of body to these rocks right here too, like that, what we want to do is we want to go in and add those shadows in there as well. So, you know, we can do it with this, or we can do it with another gray or something like that. But, all right, Chris, good night. Don't watch Alien highlights on YouTube after this before you go to sleep. But thanks for joining in. Good night. Okay, I didn't even think about this, but see, I'm adding this little bit of shadow down here, and I could reference this moonlight a little bit coming all the way over here, and you can have the rocks casting their shadow a little bit more this way, okay? So I'll kind of go like this, and I'll have the shadow coming out in this direction like this, okay? I mean, one of the things about these open creatures like this, they're not really outlined, but kind of, you know. I have to do so much rendering on imagery like that because it doesn't have a lot of tone in it. And it has a little bit, but it really needs a lot of that to be done. It's not my ideal type of image to use for scenes. I mean, it works perfectly fine, but like I said, to make it tonal, I really have to do, you know, a decent amount of work to it. So this is the Ken Brown stamp. So he has given us some kind of information in terms of shadow and light. So I'm just going in here and reiterating that. You know, he does some stipple work in here, okay? But see this, I'm kind of having to flesh it in like this. I don't know, I'm usually doing, you know, that creature in more colors, and I'll add color to it still, but... So see, I'm just kind of reiterating all of that in there like that. Let's see, he has this side of the face that's already shaded, which is kind of the opposite side, you know, from where that lighting is, but I'm just going to go with that, though. And here's our little figure like this, and I'll kind of flesh her in a little bit, like about like so. This arm is going to be on the opposite side of that moon, okay? So what I'll do is I'll darken this side like this. That's something that's not in the design, but I'm just kind of making it up just in reference to, you know, that moonlight up there in that direction like that, okay? And then what you do is you can kind of create your shadows. I never know where to kind of put my shadows, you know. He's got this perfect, you know, this figure up here. So I'm just going to fake it and have this shadow kind of coming out in this direction like this. See, it's kind of going like this. You have these lines kind of pointed in the direction, just in general, of that moon. See that it's like coming from up there. So I'll just start doing some shadows up this way. And then you kind of have it dissipate a little bit more. Then, you know, there's the shadow from the figure. So like I said, it's not, I don't know. I missed that day in my rendering class or something as far as what to do here, but you know, we'll just kind of fake it like that. All right, so yeah, these long kind of shadows like that. Now, those are really long. Maybe I'll make these rocks a little bit longer, although they're not sticking out of the water very far, but we'll do something like that. There's these figures right here, and I'll do a little bit of a shadow. They're kind of standing in the shadows. They're not being backlit or anything like that, but I'll give them a little bit of body. Like maybe it's not so much the reflection down here, but I mean their shadow, but it's the reflection in the water or something like that. Something like this. Adding in some additional shading at the base of these trees, on these rocks like this. Okay, here's the thing though that I forgot about. If I add in some of those extra tones like little brushes or something like that, the reeds and things like that, it's best to do it before you get to this wax, you know, type of surface that you're sealing off the scene with in many ways. So, let me see if I want to add anything else. Oh, okay. Here's my additional reeds right here. Okay, I think I'm going to do this right here. So bits of a paper towel all over this piece right here. Okay, I don't think I applied the colored pencil in the corners. I think I am going to put a little bit of a kind of a framing device that I often do with this. Okay. Beverly, I'm using no, this one's just a Prismacolor pencil, sorry. Did someone answer that for, oh, Donna. Good night to Donna. She already left, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah, this is just a standard Prisma right here. Barrel Prismacolor. I do have some charcoals, but it just wouldn't get as dark, and then it also wouldn't stick, and then it would require me to spray seal this piece, which I probably will anyway. But if I applied it, you know, while I was working on it, and then if I wanted to stamp something over that charcoal, there's no way it would stick to the charcoal unless I applied like a workable fixative to it first, probably. Good night, Jeannie. Yeah, the path is kind of, you know, it's a little bit more distinct, hopefully. And again, I think that signage will kind of come into play a little bit more too. But let's add in here. Okay, so let's go with the let's just go with the StazOn again for some of these foreground impressions, and I'll see if anything, if I can, you know, I don't know about the reeds in the background or something like this in the background. We'll see. Actually put a little bit in front of that hand right there, and it's in front of some of those octopus legs, but so be it. All right. So I think that looked okay from visual standpoint. I don't know if it kind of broke up that idea a little bit of kind of that idea of a map or whatnot, but I do like it from, I don't know, kind of a depth standpoint by having these things like this. I don't know, it kind of puts us a little bit higher looking down at the people maybe. I don't know. Let me see here. I think that looks pretty good. Here, let me see here. I'm going to put, we have some of these right here in the foreground, okay? Like that. I'm going to put some of these grassy textures right behind here, but I'll use the smaller one now. That, I mean, I could put it in front of, kind of in front of and in back of the, you know, that one in the water like that if we want. Okay, it's stamping into, it's stamped right into that colored pencil just fine. So sometimes, I don't know, sometimes if I'm going with a more solid shape and stamping it over colored pencil, it doesn't seem like it applies very well. Like I'm getting that, I don't know, what they call like fisheye or something like that. It's where it didn't transfer over. And I got that on my previous piece that I did that had this long border on it, this surfer that was all silhouette. It didn't stamp in over the colored pencil, so I just had to do some fill-in work with you know, just a Sharpie pen. Okay, I think this is adding to this a little bit. All right, like that. I mean, it's nothing like oh my god, that really changed a bunch of things, you know, but it's just this little, it's a little bit of a visual transition in here, even though I said we're kind of ditching a lot of things we typically do with that represents depth and distance and whatnot, but having that to that I thought worked pretty well. Let's add some of this right down here too, okay? So it'll be something that's over here and then over here, I think. So I'm stamping this out, and then, you know, we're going to be stamping it out, and then we're going to try to blend it into a little bit more. All right. All right. I don't even remember where we were here. Okay, so going back to this area right in here. All right, so I want to add in some additional shadow work into these forms, and also, see, normally when I do rocks that are kind of represented like they're going into water or something like that, I make the base of them darker to anchor them down from a visual standpoint. But since this is just, it's the top of another stamp, you know, the boulders with lichen right here, I'm not including the base of it. I just stamped the top of it, so it doesn't have that line down there. So if you want it, you just kind of add it back in with either, you know, some dye-based ink or whatever, you know. And here I'm just using the colored pencil to do that. And then, you know, you can add that little bit of a shadow being cast by the rock. You guys didn't know you were, you guys did know that this is an ASMR style Stampscapes video, right? Except we would need a microphone right down next to this pencil, I think. For those of you who don't know what ASMR, it's like, I don't know, it's like a style of video or whatever. I don't know, someone can explain it better than I can, but it's like, they're mostly non-dialogue, you know, you don't have someone blabbing like I do, but it's just mostly like, I don't know, it's just watching someone do something, you know, and you just hear the natural sounds. All right, so see that area right in there? So that area right in there is kind of developing a little bit more. It's a little bit more finished right in, oh my God, you're kidding me. That's a third wave of, what is that? 16, oh my God. Those spam things are like the plague of like YouTube these days. Just go up and click next to it and just say report or something like that and say, I don't know what it is that comes up with these chats, but it's like unsolicited spam or something like that. When, you know, when someone does that on the in the comment sections under videos. It's probably not a person, but like a bot. Just, I don't know, just searching YouTube for you know, channels that are you know, just currently live streaming. All right. So take a look at this. Let's take a look at it upside down. This is called like, when you're drawing on the right side of the brain, where you're not really thinking about like specifics or something like that. And you're just kind of looking at it as, you know, maybe a texturally, contrasting, varied area, which, can be potentially more rich in terms of those types of contrasts running throughout. So sometimes when you flip things around like that, you can see these areas a little bit more prominently. Like if I flip something down, something, it's like I noticed, there might be an area that's just too light and it's missing something when you see it like that. But when you flip it over like this, it's, it might not occur to you. So, you know, it's a good idea to look at your pieces from, different kind of vantage points or spots or something like that, all throughout your process. And I think you can get a potentially richer end result as a result of doing something like that. That's of course if something stands out to you that needs to be done or that could be done. I don't know if most people, but a lot of people just never turn their pieces from horizontal. If you're working on stamping platform or something like that, you know, and you're utilizing things, like a press type of thing, then maybe you don't, spin it around as much or something like that. But if you're working on a piece of paper like this, and I'm flipping this around, I'm looking at this little area, but look at it in terms of a whole too, like that. And something might stand out pretty significantly to do. I'm not sure, I know it does with me. I don't really think about that too much anymore, but I don't know. As an instructor or whatever, it's one of those things that it occurs to me that I need to point out to people because I'm not even really thinking about it when I'm doing this. Okay, so I'm right here. I'm going into these darker areas within the clouds and kind of defining them a little bit more. I mean, a colored pencil is perfect for those little tiny details like that. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of adding it, it's the same thing. It's like the base of these rocks right here, and leaving the tops of the rocks a little bit lighter like that. Okay. Well, with the billows, it's the same thing. It represents a different, substance, but it's the same type of thing. There's a darker area, you know, to the structures of those clouds like that. So right here, I'm doing the base of the cloud or whatever, the billow, a little bit darker like that. And at the tops of them, I'm just leaving them lighter like that. So see that? All right. So see, it becomes a little bit more, I don't know, there's a little bit more contrast up in those areas like that. I mean, you can leave it, it doesn't have to be super contrasty. You can leave it where it's much more subtle too. And that has its own kind of aesthetics too. And one's not better than the other, or you can do both. You can have some more distinct and some areas that are just more, you know, kind of mono value. And maybe those two areas can contrast against one another, kind of a flatter against rounder section within that same kind of structure. I don't know, as I'm doing this, sometimes it's not, so much of a matter of I'm doing it because I think it's going to look better. It just kind of gets to be an addictive process where it's just like you just kind of keep doing it and, bringing out more and more and more of whatever type of thing that it's, creating. It just becomes kind of more of a, like a, I don't know, like an addictive movement or something like that. All right, coming into my mountain right here. So that glare, look at that lighting on that mountain. See, right in the darker areas like that. And kind of on the base of the slope, I'm making it a little bit lighter, where the top of the slope it's a little bit, or a little bit lighter, and the base of the slope is a little bit darker like that. So it's a little bit more dimensional that way. All right, this is probably the most amount of black colored pencil work I've ever done on a scene before. Adding this underneath these little waves like that. Little shadow for our creature of the night. I'm kind of elongating these shadows from these trees a little bit, just, you know, from that moon. Like that. I think we're going monochromatic, folks, on this one. I don't know. I could still add a little bit of warmth in here, you know, with a little bit of a, you know, that antique linen or something. But I think I'm liking it just almost as is. I mean, it already does have a little bit of a temperature to it, because I said that that London fog really stamped out in a cool gray grayscale for some reason. All right. Oh, good. We're not getting spammed anymore. Jazz hands playing patty cake. Hey, that's a good interpretation of that area. I like it. That octopus isn't kind of like a, you know, dragging them. They're playing right there. I like that. Hello, Michelle. Good to see you. It's this is my spring scene right here. Let me add a little bit of a tone on these hands right here. These hands are pretty well rendered, but let's, the same treatment as we gave the base of the rocks, let's put these hands kind of in the water like this by giving them a little bit of a shadow at the base of them, okay? Like as it's going into the water, like about like so. Maybe I should have done some of these tentacles a little bit higher. I don't know. I'll know about that in the future. For the next Halloween map coming up in 15 minutes. This piece is, I don't know, it's getting there. I kind of got addicted to this black colored pencil here on this piece. It's really, I know, it's really kind of blending things in very nicely for me. I'm able to develop a lot of the things. Developing them in kind of a refinement, kind of refined way, I guess you can say. Ah, look at this. My arm like stuck to this thing. All right, let's see. Okay, so if anyone has logged on and didn't watch kind of the earlier thing, this scene, right? Scene? I don't know. Do you even call this a scene? It's like it's supposed to be like a map or something like that, or like a maze. I don't know. Not really that either, but kind of a map, whatever of kind of done in the style of more along the lines of like an amusement park or something like that, or maybe if someone is making a haunted house or something like that, they can put this out there and you know it'll show you kind of give you a kind of an idea of kind of what to expect. But this piece was all about, and I'm still working on it here. I don't know, I haven't like resolved it or anything like that, but trying to get all these different ecosystems kind of working together. So we have some pine trees and some boulders like that, transitioning into this kind of lagoon or whatever, going back up this way, up into the I don't know. I didn't make those lava. They're not really ominous anymore, like I would have been with like lava coming down them or whatever. But it's supposed to be like this little pathway coming around this way, and like the exit is right here. So this is like a different little scene here. This is almost like a different scene here, down like that or whatever. Like maybe like down to like that. And then here's its other scene right here. I don't know. I guess this scene down here is kind of a part of this one. Like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 different kind of scenes kind of blending into one continuous whatever scenario, whatever you call it. So that was the idea there. And to see if, I mean, I figured we can do it. I just haven't usually done that. I usually don't combine, like palms and pines together in the same scene. Anything else can go together, but that's usually an example of Stampscape stamps being able to be used. Just you can use them all together. Certainly any sky image, but I usually don't blend certain types of kind of foliage together. Typically because I'm doing quarter-page cards most of the time, so I usually don't have like I said, like tropical types of scenarios, with palms and huts in the background and like a pine tree in the foreground or something like that. But we wanted to on this one. We wanted to have a bunch of like different ecosystems and to see if we can transition them all together. Where it's, I don't know, not necessarily where it makes sense, but just from a visual harmony. As far as visual harmony goes, it could blend together like that. So, okay, let's see here. I'm darkening this area in right here a little bit more, so it's like, to keep people moving right here. Keep it moving, this little guy. Keep it, we'll put a word bubble here. Keep it moving, nothing to see. I don't know if there's like some kind of a terminology for black Prismacolor addiction. I think I have it here. This is really adding a lot, I think, to the scene in terms of I don't know, just some issues in terms of I don't know, whatever contrast, I guess, or whatever, and blending and shadow work and whatnot. So I don't know. I guess it should be because it's a detail oriented implement like that. So okay, so let's see. Okay, so we're still getting a lot of glare off of this. Let me see if I can fix that with my with my exposure adjustment here. Okay, a little bit. Okay, so let's see that like that. Okay, so this is it without all that glare on there. There's a little bit glary like that, but okay, so I'm looking at those reeds that I added on there. I want to mellow those out a little bit more in a couple of these areas by cutting the contrast between those reeds and there a little bit. Okay, so that's another thing too. If there's some things that you don't like quite so much, you know, between something that's standing out a little bit too much, what you do is you just create a little bit less contrast between that object and the background. So see right in here that it was looking a little bit too, I don't know, prickly. Well, I don't know, that wouldn't be bad in this type of scenario right here, but it was looking a little bit. It was looking a little bit maybe too busy. So what you do is you just bring some tone and make it a little bit darker in the background, and you reduce the contrast between, you know, whatever's kind of standing out to you as needing, you know, a little bit of a refinement or whatever. So you can just do a little bit of tone behind there, you know, and then if that didn't do it, then just add more and just create less and less contrast between that object and you. So you don't have to do something like going to the object itself. You just color around it or in back of it a little bit more and just build it up like that accordingly. Oh, good night, Dawn. Dawn, it is, let's see, 12, 1, 11 for them. So happy Maine dreams there. All right, I'm getting a little bit more gutsy, adding like textures, not just like smooth tones. So I'm going like this into my water. Okay. This area in here still didn't get the darkness treatment that I was thinking about with by adding like some little I'll have them in here, I think, like some spooky eyes kind of hiding in the shadows. So that area is not very dark, so I'll make it a little bit darker. Okay. My gosh. Working on this piece, just in comparison to other like normal size pieces, it feels a little bit crazy. Because normally you do some kind of treatment to a, you know, standard quarter page card, and you're not doing that same treatment for, you know, I don't know how long it's been, half an hour or something like that. All right, so there, it's a little bit darker in there. Some eyeballs maybe, you know, will stand out a little bit more. Do you tone out some of that pathway a little bit darker? I don't think so, huh? I think it would get rid of the, we'd lose some of the visual path, I think, if I darkened it in too much. I think we need that contrast in there. Okay, so going in here a little bit more. Again, I want it to to really definitively kind of curl off that way. So we're going to go into here to the high-fiving, hands and octopus tentacles. All right. There we go. Oh, here's the thing too. See these runners down here? I forgot about that. Almost forgot about the shadows being cast by our victorious kids. It's like a little boy and his big sister. This. All right, there we go. There, a little bit more of a shadow work from that. Yeah, there's not too much room for shadow work down here. The shadows are built into the both, this couple design and those people up there. Or is this couple right here? They made it through there, and it was like a time machine or the fountain of youth, and they're walking. Now the fountain of youth doesn't make you younger; it just keeps you the same age, right? So. I don't know, we could have had the youngsters coming in here, the kids, and then they're walking out, and it's the older, couple out there. But maybe they're entering the Hall of Horrors in this little amusement park thing, and having gone through this like this, they are thus, they feel the spirit of youth has entered them once again. And that's what that's supposed to represent. So you come up with the stuff that, you make it the stuff that it's supposed to represent after the fact. And you say, yeah, that's why, it was intentional that way. All right, what do you think there? Is it, are we, is there a decent, kind of visual path in here, do you think? In terms of coming up into here, is that a little bit too light? I was thinking about we could still stamp something in here. It'd have to be fairly bold though. Oh, here's what I was going to do too. I was thinking about doing some kind of this dead skeletal tree too in here. I don't know. Having stuff kind of, some, skeletal, like dead tree elements. Can be good, for a scene of a kind of a horror type of scenario here. So, yeah. Oh, will you be toning in the base of the big boulder at the bottom left, or leave it to represent light? Are you talking about this one right here, Linda? Or did I do that? Oh, I did the toning. Okay. Dawn, let me see, I'll be asleep by the time I see this. I wasn't scrolling down here. I lost a lot of dialogue as it was happening. Yeah, it could be like a treasure hunt map. That's kind of the idea. It's in that spirit of all that. But yeah, this is like this whole thing too. It's like a B series type of the movie experience like that. Yeah, so that's a good observation. Oh, we got spammed again. This is crazy here. Um, yeah, you need to do one of these pieces. Linda, this one's going to spawn. I need to do like three of these. I'm finding because I didn't use two-thirds of the designs that I thought I was going to do on this scene right here. I thought it would take a lot more, but like this is a big area right here. And then I did it over here. This is the same stamp used in this. So it's like, I don't know. There's other stamps in here, but this was basically created with boulders with lichen and the cypress cluster. There's just like two stamps in this whole thing. I mean, use the top of one of rock right here, but it's like boulders with lichen, boulders with lichen, boulders with lichen, or boulders with lichen, boulders with lichen, boulders with lichen here. So there's three of those, and there's four of those. So that took care of that whole area. And here's pines and rocks. There's like six of them here. So I just didn't have space in here. There wasn't enough room on this, double page spread for all of the designs that I thought I was going to have room for that I wanted to use in there. So, yeah. So I don't know. I need to do more of them. And it's kind of fun, too. I don't know. You can do this thing, too. So they're going up in the sky like that. I could do another scene that's, like I said, it's like all sky. And there could be like, the perils of whatever. Arrow peril. But I thought, we can play around with all kinds of, as if you can walk around in the sky or something like that. We could do like tunnels, out of the clouds, like, I don't know, like a little vortex or something like that, that people, that the idea is to walk through or something like that. It's like, fantasy. Or you can have like stuff kind of, mountain coming from below, the below the clouds. You can have stuff jutting up from the clouds or something like that too. Or maybe it's just a kind of a foggy scenario where it looks like, the whole landscape is just covered in fog and we can have stuff like sticking out of there. But I don't know. There was just so much more than I thought I would be able to utilize in there. But there just wasn't enough space. And as I say that, though, that's a good thing because, I don't know. I don't feel that this whole piece, you wouldn't think that I would go into a super large scene thinking of limitations as terms of the number of stamps you can use on it, but I was a little bit because I was thinking about all these transitions that are going to happen in here, but they were relatively easy to do. But I thought it was going to look like really, really kind of awkward just in terms of the placement of imagery, but I thought it looked okay. And, just from the usage of a little bit of tone in there, I thought it all, was looking reasonably blended together, even without going in with the toning quite yet. So I don't know. That's my thinking of it, kind of off the top of my head. There were some things that, yeah, they were just, I don't know. There were things that I didn't need to do that I thought I was going to have to do. Okay, so you know how we did that little thing with the reeds, larger reeds here, smaller reeds here. So I went with the leafless pines here and here. They're subtle. They're blended in already, but I'm going to go with a larger one here. Okay, kind of in the foreground like that, just to kind of create that little bit of a, I don't know, it could be, maybe it's more of a subconscious thing or something like that, because I don't think anyone's going to really notice it if you didn't see me doing it here, but larger, smaller, smaller like that, okay? Let me do it. Another one here too. I'll come over this way. Okay, so we have these two leafless pines, and there's like two right there. Okay. And I can put one out here in the distance. I'm not sure though. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's do it with a small one though. Okay, I'm going to do this as a secondary impression. I'm going to blot it off like that. Well, let me test it. Let me see how much ink is. Okay, there's plenty of ink left on there. So blot, and I have to stamp really quick. Here, let's go for this one right here in the distance. Dare I go for a third here with stays on? Yeah, okay. There we go. All right, so let's see how that looks here. So I'm not zooming in on all these different instances. My camera is just struggling with some focusing sometimes. So do you see that one here? That's the second impression, and then that's the third impression. So from a visual standpoint, when you look at this, this is almost like a slimline card, like composition right here. It could be. We have those larger ones down here. There's two right here. And then you go like this, this. I don't think I have one over here, but it's kind of going like this and this right here. So, you know, these two are kind of replicated, you know, but just in this little S curve like this type of thing. So this is like a, it's not a secondary, it's like a, I don't know, third or fourth type of thing that I'm playing around with right here within this overall structure or in this space right here. So these little types of things are the things that I'm not really thinking about this a lot. Okay, on this one I did, but keeping these little S curvy types of things, it creates a nice little flow like that, you know, in terms of visual harmony. I don't always do that. Sometimes it's just a structure like this, you know, but it's for the point of that. But I try to keep these things kind of curving around a lot of times. Like even in my designs like this, see, it's like going like this, like that. I try to keep things kind of loose and, you know, and are reasonably harmonious. See, even these rocks right here kind of go like this, and they're coming around this way, you know. I don't have another one right here, but that's because, you know, it's supposed to be an entry point right here. I didn't want to block this off right here, you know, right down in here. So things are kind of, I try to keep things curving as much as I can in these pieces. All right, so whoever's spamming this, that sure is irritating. Let's see. Okay, let me show you what this looks like without the glare here. I'm looking around for other opportunities in here again, but, you know, and again, I don't want to make things too busy, but I want it really full, you know. This is like one of those opportunities where you can really kind of cut loose. Now, here's one of those things here that I'm kind of wondering about. I feel like, in one way, I feel like an inclination to stamp something on the other side of this, you know, like Pine Island or something like that. But I don't mind it having it a little bit offense. It would balance this portion out like this. If we just look at this like this. But I don't know, you have this guy coming in like this, you know, and there's nothing over here, but I don't know, maybe that's enough, you know. If you take this away like this kind of looks out of balance a little bit, right? Where something like, you know, up here could help, but when we go up here, we're not really going across like that. We're coming down this way, you know, so we're kind of going like this, and then you're coming back down this way where this little creature is within that, you know, that general space. So I don't think we need to do anything like that there. No monsters off the beaten path equals monsters. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I was speaking about all that. Let's see, let's hit this little eyeball a little bit and render it a little bit more. I'll put a little tone up here. I'm not sure if I was talking about maybe putting in some beams in here from this eyeball, but I don't think, I think I'm changing, my mind on something like that. There are certain things that occurred to me when I was doing it that probably would look cool and I would do. But now that we've added in a lot of these things, I'm thinking, you know, maybe not. Yeah, let's render our little creature here a little bit more. I'll do it where their eyes are standing out a little bit more. I wish I could bring this in. It's kind of staying in focus there, but there's two little circular eyes that are standing out right there, and just darkening around those eyes kind of make them stand out a little bit more. All right, let's see. Any other issues? Kind of, it's easy to miss things like that. So if anything stands out to you guys, like Linda mentioned, I don't know, one of those rocks over there, is anything standing out? Kind of when you're working this large like this, it's kind of hard to keep track. I do mention, you hold things at arm's distance, to get a hold of it, but it's just so big. It's one of those things that'd probably be a good idea. Like in art classes, you're supposed to pin things up on the wall, then you go stand back, 10 feet, and you do critiques on it. But, I'm not gonna put this up, on a wall and critique it. But in some ways, maybe that would, there would be some things that would stand out to me, that maybe I should get into. Like this area in here, I don't know, it would, kind of having some beams kind of going across that might be kind of interesting. I don't know. All right, let's go into some of the 3 different white mediums here. So we have the white acrylic paint pen. All right. We have the Dr. Martin's Bleed Proof White. Now, where would we use this? Well, down in this area down here, it might be kind of, fun to kind of, splash some of that from this angle up like this into these arms. You know what I mean? It would give it a little bit of a kinetic type of feel, maybe, and just a different texture. Highlights in some of these waters and whatnot with the paint pen, the detailed paint pen. I haven't used that for this purpose, but we have a lot of white space in here. Maybe even the white, the 3mm paint pen to get a little bit of extra texturing in here. We used a lot of pebble textures in here, like with the pebbles, literally the pebbles, and the tiny rocks, small, and the just tiny rocks, the larger version of it. But we can go back in and I can add a little bit of texturing in this with this, possibly. And, I can possibly do it down here and kind of have it coming around in here like that, and that would kind of reiterate that path a little bit. I'm going to be putting white into kind of, mostly white, but just a little bit of that surrounding type of tone. So this isn't going to stand out like little white balls everywhere or something like that. So it'll be more subtle. So I think, we can do it. I think it might need something by the volcanoes. That's what I was mentioning to them earlier. If I added something like that in here, I think I need something like right around in here that would get people kind of going this way a little bit more. Now, I did add the trees in here like that are leaning that way. You guys can't really see it like that with that glare. It just looks like tone. But those things like that. But it's kind of created a natural thing like that. It does need like a little kind of horror thing like that. We have the creatures in here. We have the hands down here. Those are right there. Um, I don't know. Okay. So I was thinking about that little skeleton. Okay, here. We can do a. There's nothing like inherently scary or like right in here either. Oh, okay. So here, I was thinking about. I don't have bats, but I do have these little, you know, birds like this. I can have them kind of flying around. Or I thought about these up here, but not doing the whole thing. Just having like a couple of these colored in like that. So that would be like that kind of that those images. I don't know if I want to. I might put like bats down here. I want them kind of running up in this. Don't want them running into like a monster up there. Like scary bats or something like that. I want that to be like the clear. Where those kids are kind of like victorious. They've conquered their fears or whatnot. But something like down here, or we can put that like skeleton like that. Actually, that kind of looks pretty good like that. But maybe just do it like that. Where it's like a skeleton kind of sticking out of the ground like that, right in here. I don't know if he's going to show up. I'd have to do it like right down there. Like that. It'd be almost, oh, we have the path right there though, like that, so. Yeah, Someone mentioned the caterpillar, a la Tremors. Although the latest Tremors was like the worms on a tropical island setting. I don't like that. This looks like if I put that, it would be kind of interesting from a visual perspective. If you put a rock like that and put that there, then you would create this, you would definitely create this kind of visual dialogue between that creature and this one over here like that. If they were looking at each other, I don't know. Maybe it'd be like love at first sight. And oh, there's this little fiery. This is like little volcano spirit like that, but it doesn't seem like it would be down here though. It would be like up in like a plume of smoke or something like that. But that would be like the perfect little size thing for that area. Um, hmm. The skeleton could work, but it's an open image though, you know. I don't know if we'd be able to see it very much like that, especially amongst all that. Here, let me just stamp it out. I'll show you what I mean. Maybe we'll do an assessment here. So I think I would have it kind of laying out of the ground. Let me see. Maybe not that much, but it'd be like that, you know, like right in here, maybe. The one good thing about this is that it's going in that direction, so it kind of tells us to go that way. And I don't want to have the whole thing in there, and I don't want that arm like pointing down that way because I want to keep things moving around that way. So I don't want like this portion of it done. Anyways, that's kind of the way I'm thinking here, folks, in terms of like why I don't put this amount of decisions into like any of my scenes ever. Okay, so don't think that goes into the making of every scene. No, it's like this one scene that that I never ever do. All right, so all right, we're gonna go ahead and do it. Okay, so this is Linda's idea here. So if I don't like it, Linda, you're restamping this whole thing for us, or for me, toning it in, and then you're mailing this back to me so I can restart this video from here. Okay. All right, let's see how it goes. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, that little fire spirit would have been cool, but he's just not. He's not a base of the. He's not a base of the volcano creature. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I gotta make sure the registration is good on this piece, even though I did just stamp it. All right, so I think I stamped it a little bit higher than I intended. I might have them going up into the rocks. Maybe that's good. I don't know. You know, it's like California or something like that, or everywhere. You know, this whole area right in here used to be a lagoon and it was covered in water, but then there's been a drought here in this location, so bodies are like emerging. Okay. He doesn't look like he's like buried. I snapped him a little bit too low actually. So the path is going like there. So I don't know. It's like we'll put a sign here or something like that, like right in here. Okay, so remember the signs still have to go into this place too. I think that are going to mention the whatever these areas are, the names of the areas. You guys still have to come up with some names of all these different zones for me. Nothing too long, you know, because we're going to have to, I'm going to have to like write it onto a little piece, or, it's either that I'm just going to do it on, I don't know, whatever, Microsoft Word or something like that, and, print out some of the things. But kind of maybe from maybe it'd be better if it was handwritten, huh? For something like this, and like more aged and weathered looking. So really important when you stamp skeletons, you really want them to be kind of integrated into their surrounding area. I'm just joking. Okay, so anyways, there he goes like that. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool like that. Okay, so he does stand out enough, but he doesn't. It's not kind of a distracting visual, huh? Because it's not real heavy. So let's create a little bit of a shadow from its form like this. Okay. We almost do need like a we do almost did do need a like a it'd be cool if I had like a little thing of like buried treasure here in the distance. Who mentioned that? Someone mentioned that again. Oh, we got spammed again. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but people earlier were. I can't do this right here because I'm not on a browser. I'm broadcasting right this. I can see your message window like that, but if you're on a message window on your browser, you can go to this, whoever's spamming this thing, like spamming the board, and I think you can click them, and I think you can kind of just eliminate them from the your window, but you might be able to just press report too, and I don't know. Hopefully, we can get rid of this knucklehead or whatever. It's probably a bot. I don't, someone's not physically, on here doing that. They're just going to any kind of live broadcast somehow and spamming it. Unless you guys can't see it, you already kind of ban them. Yeah, dead end. That would be a good one. Dead end alley. That does look like a little alley back in here. Okay, so here, let me show you what that little section looks like now. It looks like that. Okay. Yeah, does it look like they're kind of buried in the sand a little bit or being revealed? You add that little bit of anchoring shadow on there like that. And then I'm kind of adding the shadow going out this way. Okay, so let me see. Let me cut this down here a little bit now. Let me do like something like this. So I'm kind of creating this little looping area, like going back out that way. You know what I could do is I can put, like a few little bushes or something like that coming out like that too. Like, you know what I mean? It's like sitting in like a cluster of, like some scrubby brush or something like that, that's been there for a while or something like that. I don't know. Or it's tropical. You can put a coconut right there. Okay, so anyways, let's go back to that white media, and we'll start putting on some finishing touches here too. But yeah, okay, that helped. Good tip there. I'm putting the seagulls in here too. So I was mentioning this space right here was the thing that I was kind of curious about. I can just put a little bit of a little seagull-y types of creatures flying in the distance. Maybe they're in this case they're ravens, not seagulls. Let me blot off first too, and we'll go like this. Okay, like that. Just something a little bit more subtle and small. Oh, this was another stamp that I really wanted to use on here. Brush. Like that. Okay, I'm going ahead and doing that. That occurred to me there. Might as well do all these things that occurs to me on this piece. Anytime you're kind of working something for the first time, and if you have kind of some inclination to try it out, then I don't know. I think we should. Okay, so I'm not going for the full amount. I'm just going for kind of a smaller section of it. Like that. It's just kind of another, kind of contrasting texture a little bit in here. So I put some of this little tops of this brush like in front of one of those bones like that. So I don't know, it kind of sits the character down into the scene a little bit more. And just to bring a little bit of continuity, I've used a smaller portion of this going up all the way to like right there. So it's not just, pebbly textures like that. Okay. 1, 2, 3 mediums, okay? That oftentimes for me kind of bring, I don't know, a lot of that magic into the scene or whatever you want to call it. But I don't know, things are looking, maybe I spent more time on this than I normally do with other pieces. Definitely with the colored pencil, but I don't know. I don't feel like I'm having to remedy. You'd think I would on something like this huge like this, but I don't feel I need to. I'm not using this medium to kind of obscure anything on here, where you would think this would be like the thing that would really, I don't know, for me, need all of that type of thing. I thought that it would, I don't know, I'd get to this point and, okay, I can resort to, this type of thing on there to fix anything, but I don't know, nothing's standing out too obvious for me right now. I mean, I might start getting into it and it's like, oh my God, I didn't realize just how much it was needed to do, to remedy something. But yeah, I'm getting a ton of spam here, Kate. So, Kate, if you so right before it's his sign can say dead end. There's like a ton more spam. Like there was 3 spam entries like that, But if you block that person, maybe you're not seeing it, but I am now still. But so someone spammed the board like 3 times so far, and it's that same dumb message, you know. Um, but yeah, if anyone does that, also report them so maybe you know you can get them, you know, they can stop that account, you know, for the time being. Or do you have it? It would need to be like a really tiny treasure box though, like right back in there, like you know, like this, you know, the size of your like pinky finger or something like that. You know, you got to do with a treasure box, Linda, is you know, stamp your treasure box and take like a gold pen or something like that and have it like spilling out onto the you know, on the sand or something like that. Or that treasure box would be really awesome in a cave scene, don't you think? Okay, yeah, okay, if you ban them, but also report them. Or yeah, if anyone else hasn't banned that spammer yet, which would eradicate them from your board, from seeing them, report them instead, and then ban, you know, or something like that. Clever Kevin, what? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, someone report those people, especially going forward in like future streams. I was telling my wife, yeah, someone that like spammed the message board um, for the first time on one of my live streams. Then it was like, oh, cool, someone spammed my board, but I don't want to see it again though. It's like, okay, hey, the channel that was actually seen by a spammer, yay. Okay, so we're adding a little of this kind of little whatever foggy kind of element down there. Look at that. See that little kind of touch like that that's adding in like that? Doesn't it look so different from over here? Like that, having that kind of illumination in here like that. And see these, you know, these rocks like this are, you know, they're pretty rough, you know. They're not all straight. I mean, if I, you know, took a ruler and did, you know, a straight line across there like that, that would have been better, but I wasn't, you know, I'm not going to do that. Something like that. Um, Too much tedium, you know, for me. But see that adding this in like that, it's just kind of varying those rocks a little bit more like that. Okay. Okay, so let's do this too. Let's have this creature, the Black Lagoon, kind of with this um, darker leg like so down here. But I'm not doing it because I think that looks better like that. But now when I go over it with a little bit of this pigment ink like this, it kind of, or it does, it um, oh, I'm not thinking of the word here. I've had to do too much thinking on this piece right here. Um, it envelops. Oh, yeah, it envelops that leg down there in that same kind of mist. Okay, so same thing right down here. This character right here, these characters are all in darkness like that. And then when you go into it from the base like this and transition it, so you tap a little bit less as you move up like that. If you add too much, you can always just wipe it off. Um, but now, see, I mean, they look so much more integrated into the scene like that. So this is mostly enhancing. A lot of times what I'm doing is I'm also subduing some things that I don't like, but you know, I largely like what's kind of going on in here, in this, you know, whole scene. Okay, so this area up here, where light meets a little bit of dark, you know, you put a little bit of pigment ink like that, just to kind of soften it up a little bit, or to vary it. So, see, I'm not doing, see, I put it on one side, but I didn't put it on the other. Um, you know, I edit it right here, but I'm not editing it over here. You know, I'm not trying to make this whole thing just universally, you know, one universal texture and value. Um, So it's adding it kind of here and there, so it's creating more of a contrast, okay? Now, I have done scenes before where I didn't like the whole thing, and I just used this over everything, and it just became a foggy scene. And then that, that was the solution for that piece, and it looked pretty good. In fact, I made an idea card out of it, at the time when I did that. An idea card is where I had just have postcards printed up of certain, scenes or something like that and send it out, for people to get ideas from. All right. Okay, so you can see the difference between one side and the other. One side kind of with and one side without. It almost looks kind of foggy. I think it's because it glares on the scene like that. Yeah, here you go. So you can see a little bit difference. Like I said, I thought things blended together pretty well. So I don't know. I'm not. The difference isn't. It's not that extreme right here. Oh, thanks, Kay. Linda, this piece right here, I stamped it out. I cut 1 inch off length and width so that I can mount it on another piece of paper. And then if I do, I can mount it with a little bit of a white strip like that. And then I can put another piece around on the perimeter. I can color something, black or something like that on another piece of actual 11 by 17. So I gave myself 1 inch for that variation in both directions. If I do that, it was just to give myself the option. But yeah, we're not going to frame this because we are going to, everyone in this chat and that has watched this piece come together, we're going to play this game afterwards. So we need this place, to put our little plain pieces on here. And we're playing it tonight, so get ready, people. It's going to be a, I don't know, what game is this called? What did I title this piece? I forgot. Ghoulish game board or something like that. Yeah, that wouldn't be the name of the game, though. I don't know. We need to think of a good title for this piece. Is it a map, though? Or is it more of a game kind of board? Old-fashioned type of board game, where you kind of get around to this area and right in here. But I just, I think it would really, especially if I put those little titles over this whole thing, I think it would look really, I think it would look like a game board. Does anyone here still play board games? How about you, Michelle? Are you playing board games with your was it with grandkids or kid? Yeah, Monster Mash. Yeah, that's actually that's pretty good right there in terms of a title for this game. Hmm. Do you see? Can you see that little glow being created by that white pigment ink? White pigment ink around moons is so much fun. In clouds too, but just around that moon, getting that glowing kind of light like that. Um, I guess suns too. I usually do it with suns as well. Just any kind of light source. I don't know, when people bought, it's all kind of fluorescent and LED lights these days, but, incandescent bulbs. Whenever I was at the store, I think I was always getting soft white, as opposed to just, whatever, 60 watt, and then there's 60-watt soft light. I always got the soft. Yeah, the map, yeah. So this could be like I said, it's like a amusement park or something like that. And I'll whatever those that style of amusement parks, or that style of map, to be found at amusement parks, where they're kind of like they're real cartoony looking, but they're really super functional. One of our assignments in, gosh, I think it was second semester illustration or something like that, was to come up with a map of something and to do it in the style of those types of maps. And I don't know, I think all of us failed miserably at it. you know but that was one of those things. But that's when I first became aware of that. Our teacher was, saying that, hey, it's a super functional map, rather than having it kind of straightforward. It's really easy to tell because you have the depth in it, the three-dimensional kind of aspect of it. So you really tell where you are. So it's not only just kind of a funny, friendly way to do the maps, but it was super functional and easy to read. And I don't know, it's one of those things. I don't know. We didn't get it, just in general as a class. I can't even remember what I did a map for. Okay, so the trees closest to my eyeball are getting a little bit more light like that. I don't know, that eyeball's not reading as like a really strong light source or anything because I didn't take it and make it too much darker around it, But, you know, representational enough, where you don't need to do that. Okay, so I've left this area light down here to create some differentiation between this mountain and the background one. So I think I don't really need to do too much down there, but if I want to just kind of reinforce that idea of this foggier kind of, horizon down there, kind of coming up into those mountains, then you can do it with this. Like I said, I already kind of blotted off, I think, the bottom of that stamp when I stamped it out, so it was just inherently in the impression. It took me years to kind of figure that one out. Just wipe off the bottom of the thing, then you won't need to add so much white pigment ink, duh. But that's what I do if I know I'm going to do something like this in the, with the one of the last types of touches or effects or something like that. All right, so let's see. Something like that. I don't know if it's a big change, but I think just kind of subtly overall, it's helping the piece, I think. Okay, so our little creature right here. Let's give that creature a little bit of a blanket of a kind of a light. Like that. All right. We'll put our little skeleton, a little bit of some of that lighting too. At some point in time, you can add, in my opinion, too much of this, and I do it often because it is fun to do and watch. You know, your pieces kind of transform. It's like the opposite of watching like embossing or something like that. It's watching something that's crisp and everything like that. But this is something that's very crisp and it's going kind of out of focus in a way. You know. Okay. Let's come in here a little bit more. One of the things I mentioned is that when this white pigment ink dries, it dries darker looking if you've applied it over a darker thing area or object. When it's wet, it looks a little bit more opaque and light. Okay. All right, so this is kind of catching some glare in here. Let me show you what that looks like. This area in here, I'm wondering if that can use a little bit more texture. I don't want to close it off though too much, so I was worried about that. You know, putting something behind in here. I might just leave it though. Or, you know, I can put a little bit more of that like little pebbly texture down there too. I'm not sure. Or we can just make it look like it's in a little bit more fog too or something. Look around in here. All right. Oh, I haven't done this in a really long time, but you can take those little pebbly textures too, and you can stamp them in white in these areas, you know, where there's a little bit more of that mist too. I haven't done that. I usually do that on foils, I think, but I haven't done it on... No, I guess I have done... I think I've done it on vellums too, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't think to do that, or I don't remember to do it too much. But... And then keep in mind too, when you spray seal this too, like this is a little bit too much right here, but that you're going to lose some of it when you spray seal things. The white tends to start disappearing a little bit, so you have to kind of go a little bit over the top with that, okay? And like I said, it's going to dry, it's going to look darker too. Okay, let's see. What do people say here? Map idea. Adult kids love board games. I haven't played it. We started playing board games with my son here. Then I don't know. We haven't played that in years, though. I think it might be just like 3 years at this point in time, though. Play crib on a board. Is that cribbage, Linda? If that's cribbage that you're talking about, I love cribbage. And sequence and camping. Any chance I can, I play games. Awesome. Some go play games with Cindy. So when we have that stamping retreat, if we go to a stamping retreat, everyone's going to be stamping 100% of the time anyway. We don't have time for board games there. It'd have to be a board games retreat. Out your campsite next time, Linda. Kevin's going to stamp out. Oh. So we're gonna yeah. We gotta do a campsite setting or something like that. It'll be like Linda's campsite. Everyone do this. Here's the project for everyone. Everyone do Linda's campsite, and then have in the shadows, you know, all the creatures and things like that. Now Linda doesn't want to go camping after that. After we stamp that out, you know, the little eyeballs and the things like that. It's always on those first nights out camping. I always like hear everything, unless you're camping like a camper. But if you're camping in a tent, you know, if you don't go out all the time, it's like that first night for me, it's like I hear everything, you know. Then I sleep better if we're out there for like a second night or something like that. Sequence. What was that? What was that there with the sequence? Oh, Sequence is the name of a game? I never even heard that. Huh. A campsite, finding our way back to camp after kayaking all day. Will we find it or be lost forever? Monster mash in the marsh. Oh, I love that. Let's see. See, on this one right here, it's just this like little pathway like that. You can do this other thing too. Maybe you can do like little mazes or something like that that goes to the wrong thing. You can put a bear over there, or, creatures, something like that, or a big spider. If this was something too, one of the things I did on a past piece was I went 3D with it. Oh, I think it was it was Shelob in one of my cave scenes. I put a plastic spider on my finished, card like that. So it was meant to be, Shelob, from Lord of the Rings. That's the name of it, right? I kind of forgot. It sounds right. Let's see. Monster Mash in the Marsh. Okay, I got to remember that one. Oh, see, I got spammed again right after K's LOL Linda. Okay, now you have me thinking about the story. We got the gears working for Linda, which is always a good thing, with her great interpretations of it. Good night, Creative Cindy. Thanks so much for joining in. Let's see. I don't know. We got to come up with a retreat there, huh? What is it though? Is it a stamping retreat or is it a gaming retreat? It's a stamp and gaming retreat. One of the things I'm doing is someone's doing a retreat it's like a year from now or something like that. And I just signed up to teach virtually at that one. But I used to love retreats. We used to go to this just scenic stamping retreat in Illinois, and that went on for like 5 years or something like that. I think I went to 3 of them. And that was just a bunch of people getting together and stamping, okay? It wasn't like instructional types of things, although there was a lot of things, it's like someone's going to start using the that Copic kind of air compressor, airbrushing style of thing, so, someone brought that along. That was kind of new at the time. So it's like, everyone kind of just, huddles around them and watches that, or if someone's doing something that people want to see being done, it's like, then we go and stand around them and watch that. So I always loved going to those types of retreats, and, it was just kind of more like hanging out and stamping together. But then I've taught at other retreats, that are going on, and, where I'm teaching classes. And I always loved that style of teaching too, because I didn't have to, it was just so relaxing. You didn't have to kind of take down everything and, get ready. And, a lot of times when I used to teach classes, I was packing up at, I don't know, 9:30 p.m. or something like that. And then sometimes I was teaching like the next day in another city, a couple 100 miles from there, or longer. So it's like driving, and then, getting, checking in at whatever, midnight or something like that, and then you're teaching again the next day at 9. So you got to get the store like at least by 8 to set up everything. But which I love doing. Okay, and it wasn't bothersome or anything like that, but it's just the logistics. It got to, it's pretty tiring doing things like that. But the retreats, you're just setting up, and then you're teaching in the same location, and you're sleeping in the same location. I always loved that. Those are always just really fun. We were talking about a retreat years ago, and I think it might have been before the Chicago ones. It was with the Yahoo groups, when Yahoo groups were pretty new, and then there was like a scenic stampers group, and I don't know, we were talking about kind of tossing around the idea of like a retreat. I don't know, this is like ages ago. It's probably like early, like 2005 or, you know what I mean? Whenever Yahoo was really big. And I was thinking about some names for our group, you know. It wouldn't be like the Stampscapes group, you know what I mean? It was just scenic stamping in general. So I thought about maybe the, I don't know, whatever. The Association of Scenic Stampers came to mind, but then I thought about the acronym and I thought, that might not work. Or that might not be the best, you know, name for our group. Don't you think? You know? Can you imagine if we got like t-shirts on that one? Okay, so going in here, I'm adding these little dots like this, and it kind of does show up a little bit. You see this right in here? Kind of, it's out of focus a little bit. Here we go. But it's adding in, I think, texture. It's standing out, like I said, a little bit, but kind of in a good way. Because when you do this kind of throughout like this, it's that, you know, it's another thing. I mean, it's not standing out too much, like I said, because it's, I'm adding white into a very light area. So it's just not standing out so much, but you do get, you know, some of the benefits of some of that texture running throughout into these different areas here. So I have it down in here. Let me see if you can see it right in here. Like that. Down in here. See, it's giving it a little bit of a shimmer to it. I don't know, maybe this paper has a little bit of tone to it too. So it's like follow the yellow, you know, yellow brick road, except it's not yellow, it's, you know. And from a textural standpoint too, this is kind of like, it's kind of like the complement of, you know, those dark tones from, you know, like those little pebble stamps. So it's kind of like putting the opposite, you know, type of look into the piece. And one of the things I always try to mention to people is if people are doing this, I try to, when I'm talking about doing some of these things, if they're watching something like this or watching a replay, I try to get, you know, have people anticipate the things that are possibly going to come up. And one of the things I mentioned is when you put in these kind of new or different types of textures into any scene that you happen to be doing, if you just do a couple of these little dots like that, it really stands like that. I mean, that one doesn't look good at all, so let me just wipe that off. But you have to kind of add it universally for it to kind of make sense. And therefore, it won't stand out as like a anomaly or something like that. It'll, you know, kind of look like a universal type of reflective type of light in there. So see, I have these little dots, but if I just had that right there and none of that, it might kind of not make sense, okay? All right. So I make sure people do enough of something that can potentially look very odd when initially applied. Okay, this is getting out of focus here. I might need to cut the camera and just turn it back on. It usually catches it again. I have a feeling my lens is getting tired or something like that. I might need a new one. Okay, flipping off, and I'll flip it back on. All right, there we go. All right, I think that is it with that. And then we have the 0.7 millimeter. All right, I won't spend too much time with this, but I never thought about using like a white Prismacolor pencil. I wonder if it would work on here. Maybe a little bit. I still need to add the signs to this thing. If this was kind of a map too, or even a board game, it'd be kind of, you know what I might want to do? I'll put it like a little border around it, and then maybe a darker border around it like that. But then I'll put like this little plaque down here, like on another, like double, matted thing, and I'll put like the title of the, or whatever, the location, if it's a location or something like that. Monster Mash, what, something. I forgot the name of it already. Click. I can't click on the. See, Michelle, I'm not on the. I'm not on the. On a browser reading your things here. I'm on this separate program that doesn't have any access to those kind of controls here, so I can't block them. Or I don't know. I think I could ban them as the one doing the broadcast. But I'm not on my. I guess I could bring it up here. I don't know. I don't want to lose this the stream though, if in case that does that. I'm not sure if it would or not. Stamp your own game retreat. Oh, wouldn't that be cool? Well, someone see. I never played D&D, but like Froggy Fresh did. You know what I didn't do here? I didn't do a shadow for that ant right there. I'll add that in here in a bit, but okay, so on this one right here, this little thing, I don't have to do as much as not that I have to add that in but a lot of times I really think that this really adds a huge amount to it, but I don't know. I feel like I took care of a lot of the lighting already, or something like that. Maybe the more work you do with the black colored pencil, maybe the less work you have to do with this. Or maybe a lot of times I'm just not being, really taking too much time with like a detailed type of lighting or shading implement, because I'm doing most of my shading with like a paper towel or something like that. Or maybe I did a lot of the shading with a much more detailed tool, so I didn't infect, areas that I want to retain the lightness out of it. I just kind of avoided them to begin with. I don't know. I'm wondering here because a lot of times when I'm done, coloring my pieces, it's like, okay, I need to do this, 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 and this, but I'm just not getting as much of that this time. And maybe it's because, like I said, maybe it's because I did a lot of that shading work with the the different tool this time or something. So you still get in areas like this on the water, where you want to really water a shimmery surface. Linda, do one of these big pieces like this, but on the foil. Do this, do your scene, do your big hold scene. I don't know. Linda and I don't have 11 by 17 foil. I don't know, maybe it comes in those rolls, those rolls of the vinyl It's not vinyl. Is it vinyl foil or something like that? I'm not sure if they have like the rolls of the vinyl. I thought they had it in the rainbow holographic, so I'm sure they would have it in the other colors though, right? I was just joking, but I was looking at this little body of water and thinking about, if you did, something really super reflective like that down, what would that look like in something like that? We'd have to piece it together or something like that, where you slip in some other type of, like bodies of water. It would have to be cut out, or you'd have to cut out like some kind of little area and then maybe put that, foil from the back or something like that in there. And it could be foil that's stamped, with an image, and you can shade it and tone it or something like that a little bit. But I don't know. Then you're talking about. I mean, this scene right here is relatively in depth. I don't know. I don't know. Finishing this big, huge piece in one day, though, at least. It took 2 sessions, but it's I had to take off early last time. I guess it's because I didn't use color on this one too. It's gone, relatively fast for the amount of kind of objects and areas in it. Okay, one of the things I almost forgot though was I still want this area down here with a little bit of that splashing texture from the Dr. Martens here. So let's do that here. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Monster Mash Marsh. 3 M's. It would be kind of interesting to do a game board, though. I wonder if, see, in the game board, too, I mean, one of those little things you can do on here is, I guess you can put kind of like little numbers down here or something like that, or I don't know. Like, after this is already done in here, if I did like these little lines, like, like it was like a sidewalk or something like that, or, then you get to here, and then it, something like that, that would, a game board would have. It's more of along the lines. I guess if it was a map, it'd be more like a Dungeons and Dragons style map or something like that. Like, you get to this thing and, you have to roll whatever, a specific, number or something like that to get past them or something like that. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but I think that's, the general concept where you have those different, number of sided dice. Okay, so let's see here. I was thinking I might add a little of that splashing kind of activity up here in these waves too, okay? All right. I don't want to overdo it up there, or do I? Okay, so let's take a look at this. I think I'm done with this part for now. I mean, if I'm adding in more things, then we still have time to do all that type of thing with a little bit of the matting or mounting, and that signage. I can add in the signs, and then I'll see if I like it or whatnot, and then I'll do another stream, and we'll just kind of add them in. Thing is that do do you do the signs in scale or something like that? These people are like really small and it represents this like canyon. So if I had a sign in here, would I put a smaller sign? I don't know, you know. And this one right here, you know, it could stand, you know, you can do a pretty large one like this. Like, you know, it's like a pathway like this. I don't know. I'll see if it works out or not. Or it could just be like, you know, I don't know. I think there's different options in here. And kind of the placement of the signs, now that I think about it, is going to be, you know, a decent role. So, you know, this way right here, if it was more of a game board, or it would like I can have like an exit right here, you know, or something like that. I don't know. You can play around with different types of things like that. Let's see. Yeah. The lighting seemed like it took care of a lot of that on its own. That's what Kay mentioned back a ways a little bit. You can do the cutout and foil page like you did with the falls. Yeah. I was thinking about something like that, you know, as a potential type of thing for something like this. You know, I was worried about the integration with something like that just on this, but I think it integrated reasonably well. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like. So if you really go way overboard, we can add like, you know, this is like muted right here. So I kind of, you know, bypass the whole idea of having to integrate like different color schemes for the different areas and having them transition. So that was kind of an easy thing for this. And since it's kind of like film noir or whatever, you know what I mean? And with the shadows, it kind of fits this format like this, but it wouldn't be bad to have like, you know, if you did like some scene, it doesn't have to be horror, but can you imagine like, you know, something like, I don't know, like silver foil down here with, you know, this shimmery waters, and then, you know, another area like this can be like Northern Lights or something like that. Let's say it's like a, yeah, like a little travel type of thing for some state or something like that, where you're showcasing, you know, the different features within that state, you know, like a famous, you know, state park lake or something like that, or you know, the Northern Lights are, you know, can be seen or something like that, or it could say like visit the whatever, you know, Mitchell Caverns or something like that. I mean, we can make up our own things though, you know, fiction, you know, fictional types of locations, you know, throughout the piece. Or it could be a real piece too. And I guess you can print out things that you find online and put them in there. If this was like Oregon, you could put like, you know, Paul Bunyan, you know, or something like that. And, you know, instead of Creature from Black Lagoon or something like that there. Yeah. I think that's saying black, white, and the lighting. Yeah. Uh, Linda, yes, the coins would look good in gold. Yeah, I think you got to do something with that gold. Do you have a ship, like an old galleon ship, you could have in the background or something like that with a foreground if it's a larger kind of um, treasure chest or something like that, and have some gold coming out of it? Do you smell smoke after all that thinking? Linda loves black and white, not fond of coloring. That's interesting. Huh. What do you mean, just in general, Linda? I wouldn't have thought that. I mean, you're, you know, excellent at all of your color renditions and everything like that. I think that's the first time I've heard you say that, unless you've said it before and I just don't remember. But that's interesting. You know, for me, it's all about, I like texture and values. So I don't know. For me, this piece is really fun. You know, just doing it in just and but like I said, it really fits the thing. So you know, doing like a little tone in here with a little bit of like a little bit of a tan color, like that antique linen or something, like a distress ink in here, just to warm up the grays, just in general. And maybe I would do this in blues up here or something like that. But something like that, I would like for this piece. But I don't know. I like it in just the grayscale on this one for me here. I don't think adding color. I'm just wondering if color would have added to the strength of it or detracted from it potentially, because right here I'm really aware of this path in here right now. And sometimes if you add a lot of different colors, it pulls away from, maybe the, lighting statement that's more apparent without the color. I don't know. Well, I mean, people, yeah. So I'm reading this right here too. So the blending never seems to come out or something like that. It depends how you're blending too. But if you do things like this, if you do like grayscale pieces, and maybe you have, Kay, if something's not coming out for you, going back to the basics, and I do consider grayscale the basics of a lot of the foundations of visuals. As I've mentioned in the past, one of the things that they have you do if you're in like a illustration, drawing and painting or whatever it is, they always have you, the first semesters are always black and white only. And it's to really kind of establish a little bit more of a kind of a foundation of I'm tilting this up right here on the edges, so that's why it looks warped like that, so you're not getting that glare on the sides. But actually that doesn't look too bad just on mounted on white like that, huh? I was thinking about a double matte where I'd have to like tone in this side and make it black. But going with this, it really kind of heightens your sensibilities in terms of getting that these transitions going from dark to light like that throughout. And if you can do that with the darkest color possible, which is just black, right? It makes it easier to blend with your colors when you go back to them, in my opinion. I always have people do that in my Stampscapes 2 class over the years. I had them doing all color, okay? And they got it all down just fine, especially if when I started having them do a re-inker as their first color. But then in the second class, I always had them do just, all right, your first scene you're doing is just grayscale. So you're mastering the usage of one color to get all the different values out of it, from the strongest, in this case black, all the way down to like a 5% gray. And then when you're doing that, when they're doing that, and then when they go back to the colors that they're doing, the blending in of those darkest of colors, which are the most precarious potentially to blend in, that was a snap for them because they did it already with black just on white paper, So it was a really good kind of experience. Now on this one right here, it was just so big that I did go through the grays, But in that class, I just have them only use black like that. A lot of people like the look of it even better than their colored pieces. They're just, I don't know, it just, I don't know, it spoke to them more, the black and white, the monochromatic. Yeah. So some different signs here. Arrow signs where it's too small to write something and bigger in areas you can write. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, Kay, I can also do things where I kind of print it out. But I think maybe handwritten signs might be better looking. But if I have to go real small, I can pull out like some other font or something like that and do it on some little sign. But I think in those little maps like that, the one thing about having a map like a amusement park map is, you want everything to be very legible and easy to navigate. So I guess I would have to do it on a regular size font that can be read and easy enough to see. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah, I want that graveyard, and I want to use my skeletons. I mean, this is supposed to be a horror thing. Well, we have the one skeleton right there, like Treasure Island or something like that over there. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it next. Sometimes when I do a big, gigantic scene like this, the next scene that I do is like, it's like 2 by 2 inches or something like that. But this one, I don't know. This one kind of, it came together. It wasn't, I didn't find anything really terribly precarious. I did have to think a lot, though, in the compositional part of it, especially when I got up to here. I got from here to here okay, but then I was wondering, what am I going to do here or in this space right here? I didn't know what to do. And then what I was going to do. I kind of knew what I was going to do up here, but this part right here I wasn't quite sure about. But I don't know. Maybe after I do it once, maybe it gets a little bit easier. I don't know. I guess it depends on the what you're going to use in there. Like I didn't. I thought about using some. Another thing that I thought about using was the. Some of the Greco-Roman stuff. Like I said, like a old statuary and stuff like that that's been fallen over. Because the statuary can almost be like a. It almost looks like a, you know, like a cemetery, like your mausoleum stuff. So if you have a lot of like marble types of imagery, and entablature or something like that, it could look like a mausoleum or something like that. I forgot to add in my little shadow down here for my little ant, like that. I think the shadow would be more down this way, but oh well. Actually, let me do something right here on this one. Yeah, the terror in the skies too. I want to do those sky elements like that too. But yeah, it would be a challenge too, going from trying to make like some very distinctive zones within a sky structure. So I don't know, maybe it'd be even easier. I'm not sure, because all the clouds and everything like that would just blend everything together. So, but how to make it look different enough, something. I don't know. Maybe it'd be more like a sky on land type of thing, where you're walking through this like super kind of misty field of you know kind of tears that are coming out from. Okay, I completely forgot about doing some of the things as I'm blabbing around here, boring everyone. I forgot to add in the little kind of eyeballs in the shadow areas right in here. If it would work, I don't know. I'm not even sure if it would look good. Let's try it here. Okay, there's something like that. And it's kind of, it's relatively subtle. They stand out a little bit, but I don't know. I think from a textural standpoint, it doesn't look too bad. I thought about putting it over here, but we'll keep it in this little zone right there. I don't know, they look like little bugs or something, kind of hiding in the shadows like that. All right. Okay. There we go. I can't believe that I didn't use a lot of larger objects in here too, but it just didn't seem to. It just didn't seem to belong in here, like having like a big, huge, palm front. Although now I'm thinking about it, I think it would look okay. I'm not going to do it, but I think it would have worked. Maybe one right here, coming in like that. If I didn't already have that, I would think I would consider it like that. But yeah, I expected to use much larger imagery in here just because it was so big of a piece. But I don't know. It just didn't seem appropriate for it. So, okay, yeah, let's see. It really is. In general, I don't like coloring, and the reason I like your style in the old days anyway. Now your color, I would leave the signs out. Oh. Hmm. How do you know what it would look like, though, if you don't add them in, Linda? It just depends. If it's a map, you really need the signs in there. If it's a game board, maybe not. So you don't have see, Linda doesn't have confidence in me that I would be able to have an idea of the signs and add it in there in a good way. Um, but I am now. I feel like I have to do that to prove Linda wrong. I'm joking, folks. Okay, I want to do a spooky scene, and I'm thinking about grayscale. Would be the way to go? Oh, yeah, and give me a chance to see if I'm any good at it too. Grayscale is a great way to go, Kay. And like I say, it when you do grayscale scenes like that, one of the things that becomes much more, I don't know about much more apparent, but I think more apparent are things like composition and lighting, because you're not thinking about color or something like that. So lighting it's just so much more prominent because you're missing other types of potential information in hue, in intensity, which is the relative brightness of a color, and temperature. Okay, now you can add a little bit of temperature into grayscale or something like that. Like I said, you can warm it up or cool it down by putting in a lighter tone. Like I have a little bit of coolness in here. It was, I don't know, from that ink that I used. I thought it was a neutral gray, but it ended up being a much more, I don't know, cool tone of gray. But you can add something like that in there. But your sensibilities and lighting and texture and composition can be enhanced by doing grayscale. And if you did like, not like this size, but even like a quarter page card, if you did 5 of those, your sensibilities in terms of lighting would go up, if you haven't done it before, I think exponentially. And you never have to do it again. But I think if you did like 5 pieces like that, got in the feel of it, and really kind of investigated that over a course of a few cards. And then, of course, you can, if you do grayscale too, you can add a lot more tone into it too. If you wanted that whole area in there blue, then you can just add blue right over grayscale. It's what they do in oil painting. It's called trompe-l'oeil. And it's where you do a whole big grayscale fully realized lighting scenario, and then they just start glazing on transparent layers of color right over the top of it. That's how they do those like oh god, it's like I forgot the name of that style of painting, but it's very traditional. It's like if you see something that's super realistic looking, like a still life or something like that of an oil painting, that's often how those people worked. They just did grayscale first. It might not be gray and black and white. It might be like a, warm toned sepia or something like that. And then they just go over and, like I said, they start glazing. It might be another 50 layers of colors over the top of it, but the foundation of it is completely realized grayscale scenario like that. So, or just monochromatic, I should say, instead of saying just grayscale. But yeah. So always a good exercise. And that's why I have people do that in their first class. I don't have people do that or in their second class. I don't have people do that in their first class because people love color so much, and I know that. So, but when I do teach color to them, I'm often teaching them what they don't realize is I'm kind of teaching them kind of a manner in which to use color, but it's really using it more for as a value scale, just, light blue, medium blue, dark blue, or something like that for a, lake scene or something like that where you have the sky blue and the lake is blue. But I'm really having them focus more on light, medium, and dark on something like that. At least in their first scene. Then they can do the grass is green, blue, sky is blue, or whatever they want to do. Stuff like that. Sunsets. Yeah. Yeah, Linda does great on big scenes, and now it's large scenes and sequential pieces. So, it's having like another piece, like if they did something like this, do another piece that's kind of related to it that can, it's a composition that can stand on its own or something like that, but it's more of this visual narrative where you look at one and then you go to the next in some kind of thematic, structuring, storyline or whatever. Um, yeah. Yeah, if you've left the signs out, people might not know what you intended this to be. Could be. Well, if I left the signs out, then how would those kids know to get out of there? I'm still looking at this little narrative like this where these kind of two kind of these they don't look like elderly people or something like that, but it's like, you know, they're kind of related to that. Or it could be these people, going through here. And you know how those kids always run ahead and run through the thing. Maybe that's what happened here, you know, and they're getting out of there. They're like, yeah, we won or something like that. And the parents are back here. We should have like a dog running through here. It's like there's the kids that got through there really fast. Or actually, the dog would be ahead of them. That dog would definitely win in that scenario. But you can have I'll put it like a wolf or something like that. A little dog running through there. So it's like running after the kids. We'll put it like a dog like this. It has its leash is on. Like it got away from the parents and it's going after them. I don't know. Yeah, one of the things about adding those signs in at this point in time, you can add them in there, and if you don't like them, you just don't add them in. Because you can super them. You can just lay them down on over the top of it. The one thing that I think would be, I don't know. Here's the thing about those signs too. The signs can look like they're integrated into the thing. Like I would put a little signpost and create a shadow from it, like it's in there. But it can also be like a comic book too, where you just add like a little thing here and there, and put the title, or something of that area right in there, like about like so, you know, throughout the piece like that. So that's another way to go. That's comic book style. But I'm not really sure though. So I think I'm going to try it in a couple different ways. I might do like another piece first and then decide. And I'll just kind of let the signage kind of rattle around. And as far as how to do that, once I figure it out, I'll do it, implement it, or try a couple things. But on this piece right here, again, I was wondering about if the hand lettering of those words would be better than like printing them out. The printing out would be the easiest thing to do. And there's, the million fonts that we can use. Some that are kind of more like spookier looking. I don't know if I'd want to do that. It might be better to go for kind of the more having something nice and legible, than going like, I don't know, something, more associated with something spooky. I don't know. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's see. I was joking about you, Linda, not having confidence in me. You don't have to say, hey, I'm just joking with you there. Um, anyway, that is that. Thanks again. I don't know who's on still. Is it just us, Linda? Uh, I'm looking at this live stream. This live stream has been like, where did it go? It's 4.5 hours. My God, has it been that long? Time flies when you're having fun. I know, but I don't know. Largely done like what I don't know, half an hour ago. Let's see. You can have a sign that says "This way out." I was thinking about exit right here. Yeah, or this way out. Yeah, that could be. Let's see. You can have a sign that says "This way out," but it's layering on the line on the ground. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking too. That would be kind of cool to have it like signs like if I put like if it was like on a sign post, I would make it look like a wooden sign or something like that. I would kind of weather it a little bit with a little bit of tone, and then have it kind of like skewed or something like that, and broken. I'd try to make it probably look like it was like aged or something like that. And then I was thinking, yeah, some of them might look good, like where it was lying on the ground or something like that. I guess if I did it lying on the ground, I'd have to lie it down there. And then you kind of add a little bit of a shadow around it or something like that. And then you put some of that white pigment ink over the top of it or something of that sort. I'm not sure. Oh, are there 15 people watching? I think there's 15. There might be, there's Linda Kay, and then there's 13 people sleeping at their computer right now with their head on their desk that just didn't log out. But anyways, hey, if anyone else is awake here and on, thanks so much for joining in. Always appreciate it, for checking out the vids. This one, like for me, was a real piece of growth, I think, for me. I just haven't done a scenario like this before, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, I mean, you can look at these pieces as like, I wanted them like little things that can be read and be an interesting kind of composition like that on, just by themselves like that. Okay. I don't know, maybe it'd be like that, as a composition. It's like a slimline card, huh? Or something like that. And here's another one right here. And here's another one, like, I don't know. I guess that can be like a slimline. I don't know. This, when you break it down like that, I would have the larger people in here and the smaller people in the background. But I wanted the kids to be escaping like that and having some fun like that. But I don't know. It was just I wanted to see if I could blend it together like that. And also, like, have a path. And I think we were talking about the grayscale here. The grayscale is the thing that I think, might be helping out to reinforce this idea of this little curvy path kind of running through this, whatever it is, maze, amusement park, or something like that. Not a maze, but, our creepy moonlit scenario here. So, CM is still on there, and Jen. We don't put everyone to sleep here. Which was what I was trying to do. I should do that for April 1st or April 1st day. It's not going to put people to sleep. It would just get people to log off or something like that, But yeah, just try to be like extra boring. You know what I mean? Than the usual delivery and presentation. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I learned a lot, and I don't know. I think I'm ready to do more of these now, like that. It was pretty fun. It looked kind of junky and busy, but you had those tones in there, and for me, it was the thing that made it really easy too, and only took 2 hours was the use of the black colored pencils. So, yeah. All right, folks, have a good rest of evening. Linda, you got your work cut out for you. Whatever you were doing before, I know you said you were busy, but just cancel whatever you had planned. And this took, I don't know, it took like 5 hours or something like that. You can go through it faster though. I was like chatting away about horror movies and stuff like that. But you can probably come out with like say 3. Don't get any sleep and have like 3 of these. For us to marvel at tomorrow on Facebook, or if you post it to your Flickr account, let us know about that one too. So yes, good night everyone. Thanks again, and maybe we'll see you on the next piece. 1 minute till Saturday. Oh yeah. So this took 2 days to do. Okay, if we wait 1 minute. No, I want to say this one was done in all 1 day, so we got to log out right now. All right, thanks everyone. We'll see you on the next stream. Maybe we'll see you over the weekend. All right. Good night.